Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members today are Yim Chan, Zahir Bayat, and Carl Nipfel. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. Your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, however. At other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wishes to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28th, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you as you are approaching your 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the changes are informed. Then, individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of speakers after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff on the items in today's agenda?
Through the chair, see none.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is one application requesting deferral this afternoon. That is item number 32 pertaining to 10 Bartlett Avenue.
Thank you very much. And are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there are no files to be closed.
Thank you very much. Our first item then, as we move to the agenda, is number 20, 1181 Queen Street West. And on this item, the committee has before it those materials that were submitted at the time of the application. There is a draft plan of survey, March 14th. There's a cover letter from the agent, March 14. There is a decision by the Committee of Adjustment 2022, which affects the subject property. And there is a site-specific bylaw affecting the property. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. David Bronskill, BRONSKILL, from Goodman's LLP, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto.
Thank you very much. Very good. Okay. Panel members, on this item, do we require a presentation, or do you have questions directly for Mr. Bronskill? Not hearing any questions. In that case, I'll look to panel to move to a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Allows the reduction of 5 parking spaces for one car share space. The objective here to provide adequate parking is being met. I don't see a downside. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Mr. Wyatt is seconding. It is therefore moved and seconded on number 20 to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion carries. Application approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Facetiously, I miss having a question from Mr. Nipfel, but I will run away. Thank you, sir.
Yes. All right. Number 21. 46 Gloucester Grove. On this application before us are those materials submitted at the application, one photograph of the property, and a previous Committee of Adjustment decision 2020 on the property. Agent, join us please to state your name.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the designers of the project.
I am sorry, you started off loud and clear, then faded away. We couldn't understand.
Yeah, I'm at 537 Rogers Road. I'm here on behalf of the owners.
Thank you very much.
The
Okay.
designer of the project.
Very good. Okay, just a moment, please, Agent, and I'm going to check with panel colleagues. Panel presentation here, questions? Mr. Byatt?
Just a quick question, Chair. The purpose indicates to reconstruct. The photograph shows something that's already constructed. Which is it? Is it still going to be constructed, or is it already built?
No, we actually got permits for it in May 26, 2022, and at the one corner, there's 30 centimeters away from the property line, and on the other corner it's closer. So when they did the slab, the inspector had gone by and he cleared that portion of it, but when it was actually fully up, they noticed that it was less than 30 centimeters. So that's why we're here before you today. But we actually had physical permits for it when we built it. It was just built a little bit offline.
Thank you. But so should the purpose be altered to amended?
No, what we're asking for is the variances that are on site at present.
But what we're getting at here is that it should probably read to legalize what's been built. That is what, in fact, we are doing. What you're asking the committee to do is to legalize construction that is not quite what was approved.
Through the chair, I'm checking our system. I don't see that any violation was in fact issued. So if this is an existing condition, we can state to maintain the structure. However, not necessarily legalize in this case because there is no violation.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, panel, so we're going to use the word maintain. We're changing the purpose, which does amend the application somewhat. So we are dealing with an amended application. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very straightforward application. There's no problem with it. I just thought that the purpose needed to be amended. So I'd like to move approval of this application. There are no conditions that I can see. It's an amended application.
Thank you. Ms. Chan?
I will second it, but I also want to add a comment that I do not think, I don't really care much about the wording of to maintain, because they have a building permit because it's not closed yet. It's not considered to be finished, that project anyway. So it's not existing condition that we're going to legalize or maintain. I think it just should keep as it is, the purpose clause.
Except that it's already at point.
The
point
permit is
from
not
the west lot
closed
line,
yet.
because it's built. It's there.
Through the
No,
chair,
what I mean is
we could
it's an open building permit.
through the chair, we could add to the purpose as under construction, currently under construction.
How does that sound, Ms. Chan? We had currently, to maintain currently under
Yeah,
construction.
I won't have any more comment. That's good.
Okay.
Let's go.
So are you okay with that, Mr. Bott? We're going to add the words currently under
Yes,
construction?
it would be fine. It would be fine.
All right. Now we are still looking for a second, if anyone wishes to. Mr. Nipfel seconds. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, show of hands. And that's a unanimous vote. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Amended application approved.
Thank you.
Okay. And that takes us along to number 22, 16 Cavendish Street. Committee has before it application materials, 3 photographs, email from the agent. There is an order to comply. There's email correspondence explaining the order to comply from the owner. And there's a staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through the chair, if I can add for this application as well, this is another scenario in terms of the purpose. The agent has provided correspondence indicating that the purpose of the application should be amended. The suggested language would be to amend the purpose to state to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition, rear 2nd-story balcony, and a basement secondary suite with a front basement walkout. The existing rear 1-story portion of the dwelling was demolished without an authorized building permit. So the agent has indicated to staff that the infraction for the order to comply was actually related to the demo of the existing rear 1-story room only. But we can also have the agent confirm.
Okay, and that was my understanding as I reviewed the materials, but okay. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Yes, Joseph Mazzatelli, present.
Hello there. You could be a little bit louder, and that would help us. But we did hear you. Okay. So panel members, questions here about this application to the agent? So we've received your correspondence with respect to rewording the purpose, and tell us about the demolition and what's going on site.
Yes, thank you. Basically, this renovation is for a very small rear addition. The only new portion that will be there, aside from what was existing, is a small area, 1.2 meters by 2.44 meters, which is about 3 square meters. So originally there was a rear 1-story addition to the house, and unfortunately there was difficulty in trying to renovate it, and it was taken down for safety reasons. And the only other reason we have the coverage that we do have is because the basement is now counted as floor area due to the fact that the house sits on a hill. So that's a given condition, and we can't alter that. So once again, we're really only adding it by 3 square meters. And we have no other variances, and the planner does not object. The neighbors do not object. And the owner did ask me if it's possible. He doesn't understand why there was a penalty. He did not build anything that would contravene the permit. He hasn't built anything that would contravene that. So he was hoping that you might be able to refund half of the fee that was made double.
Was that fee levied by the Committee of Adjustment?
It was, when we applied to the committee, they did ask us to pay the double fee.
Okay. Okay. And other questions, panel, for this applicant? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Okay, so, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can you confirm that there was a double fee charged? And
Through the chair, we can have a discussion offline with the applicant regarding fees. What's before you here is the minor variance. So I don't believe that we need to discuss fees at this time. We're using, based off of the infraction that was issued, but we can have that discussion with the applicant at a later date.
okay, fine. Panel members, we have been asked before on this fees issue. It's been a long time since we dealt with one, but basically, are we, well, we can take the application into committee. The issue appears to be the demolition, and we can talk about these matters. So, are we ready to go into committee yet, or any more questions for the applicant? Question, Ms. Chan, for the applicant?
No, I'm ready for
Okay.
motion.
Let's go into committee. Okay, let's go into committee. Mr. Niffel,
Yeah,
go
are
ahead.
we ready?
I think Yim was first.
Yes, I was going to make a motion. I think this is just a very minor change, and it's just adding a very small area. So it's a straightforward application. And the other note is that I think that we were told some time ago the committee, the panel is not going to deal with refund of fees
That's
or
correct.
anything like that anymore.
That's right.
So I move for approval. Yeah, that's what we were told before. I'd like to move for approval with no, forestry condition number 2. Yeah.
Forestry condition 2, and this is of the
Amended.
amended application. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Second, Mr. Nipfel. All those in
Mr.
favor?
Chairman, could I add in seconding it, there is a second floor balcony here, but given its position and relative to the buildings on both sides, I don't think it poses a privacy issue. So I agree with Yim that the only condition needed is forestry 2.
Okay. And you're seconding.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor? Show of hands, please. Okay. Motion carries. Amended application approved. Number 23. 71 Winchester Street. We have application materials. We have a rental housing declaration form. Presentation materials from the agent from June. Comment from Urban Forestry twice in June. From City Planning, Urban Design Heritage. From Transportation Services. And in support, there are 5 letters signed by owners and occupants at 283032 Metcalf and 57 and 59 and 65 Winchester. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon. Please state your name.
Craig Race, 282 Richmond Street East.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, questions here for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only concern I have about this is the rebuilding or realignment of the privacy or the fire stair at the back. The way it exists at the present time, if I'm correct, it has minimal impact on the street, but it's been turned so that it now has a rather substantial impact on the street. Is that because you were constrained by the space for parking, or is there, I guess I'd like you to speak to its impact on Metcalfe, because it's a beautiful area of the city, and that's a rather unattractive element, and no criticism meant of the architectural solution, but I'm concerned with the impact of that stairway on the street.
Certainly, sir. The resulting design was a combination of influences, partly exiting requirements from existing units. The current stair is not code compliant, and as a condition of this application, we are required to bring it up to code compliance for all units, as well as the ones we're expanding. And frankly, the only way to fit it while accommodating parking was in the configuration you're seeing. Further, we have reviewed this as well as the full application with local heritage committees as well as city heritage, all of whom are in support of the design.
Is there any opportunity, I realize your space is limited, is there any opportunity to place a hedge at the street line to screen to a certain extent the parking and you won't screen the stairs completely because they're high, but is there any opportunity for introducing landscaping along the street, or are you right at the street line?
The property line is immediately at the face of the building. It's certainly possible to do something in the boulevard. I don't know if that can be a part of this application, as that's technically city property.
Is that something without a condition, is that something you'd be prepared to look into?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Sure.
Hearing none, let's take the application into committee, move toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a remarkably beautiful area of the city, and one I'm very familiar with as a result of having children that attended the Winchester Theatre for training. I think that the solution is a reasonable one that's sympathetic to context and area. My only concern, as I mentioned, was the implication of the stairway. I understand the architect's dilemma with the stairway and the need to rearrange it. So I don't have any desire to interfere with that, but I do think that there would be some merit in possibly screening it. I take the architect's word that he might look into that subsequently. I have no difficulty recommending this for approval. And if I'm correct, the other conditions that we've got before us are forestry #1. There's a heritage condition, I believe, a transportation condition. And I look to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, but there's a rental housing declaration. Do we need to reference that in the decisions? I don't have any difficulty with the application, and I thank the applicant for clarifying the issue that I raised.
Through the chair, we haven't received any comment from SEPA from the Housing Division at this time. So we wouldn't be referencing that unless we've received comments from housing, but that would also be looked at during the building permit stage.
Okay, thank you.
My memory was there was a transportation condition also.
Through the chair, that's correct. So
Yeah.
Transportation Services is recommending a condition that the applicant is to submit revised plans removing the encroachment of the shed from the public right-of-way on Metcalfe Street and show garbage storage space on the private property,
Yep.
as the city boulevard cannot be used for garbage or any storage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I referenced transportation in my motion.
Pardon me, Carl. Okay. Okay. Mr. White, you're seconding?
Yes, sir.
It is moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please, show of hands. Motion carries and application is approved. Thank you. Number 36 Duggan Avenue is item number 24. We're looking at the application materials. There's a photograph. There is a 2013 Committee of Adjustment decision affecting the property. And we have correspondence from Transportation Engineering in Transportation Services. Let's have the applicant join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Wazowski. I'm the applicant for the homeowner for Martin Morale and Christine Hepburn. I work for Mark Stone Landscaping.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay, questions panel. Mr. Byte, go right ahead.
If I may, yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to the applicant, on your site plan behind the home, between the home and the pool, I imagine there's an area that's showing pavers stone patio. Is that something new or is that existing?
That would be proposed.
Proposed. Could we put in a condition that that be permeable pavers of some sort?
The homeowner does prefer interlock. Is that a must? We did make it. I think there's a certain ratio of hardscape to landscape, and we did follow that. Is it possible to keep the interlock? We did reduce it in order to follow the bylaw already.
Yeah, it's not the reduction as much as the, you know, I know there's no, that you don't have a variance for soft landscaping at all because you've got a pool. And unfortunately, from my perspective, a pool is just holding water that'll, any excess water in it feeds into our storm sewer system and doesn't feed into groundwater. So much as the system might see swimming pools as soft landscaping, if you like, I see it a bit differently. And I think wherever there's an opportunity to make sure that water percolates into the ground water table, I think it will be prudent of us to do that. And so I, would appreciate permeable pavers in that particular area so that we assist in getting water into the water table.
With the interlock and it being sand in between, does that not allow it to kind of drain through downwards?
Well, the permeable pavers, from what I understand, some of them actually allow for percolation right through the stone and not only in between stone. So there's a bit of a difference there.
I mean, that would be something I'd have to discuss with the homeowner and the designer. I'm just the applicant for the permit. I wasn't ready for that answer just right now. Is that a must for at the moment?
I think no. The issue is clearly governed by the fact that there is no soft landscaping variance. It's more of a very intelligent suggestion that you consider.
Yeah. No, I understand. I just don't want to be the one to make that decision right now. I can definitely have that conversation with them.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? Hearing no other
questions.
The
other issue, just to clarify to the applicant, do you have an architect on this project?
The architect, no. We have the engineering crew from Mark's Landscaping.
If you have a discussion with them about permeable pavers, it has to do with allowing some space between the pavers, as Mr. Byat said. Some pavers the water actually goes through the pavers. But it has actually more to do with the way they're laid and what they're laid on. And so it might be that there's a very suitable solution that meets both your applicant's need and Mr. Byat's suggestion without, if it's not a condition, that you might just have that discussion. It's not just the paver, it's the way it's laid.
Okay, I will 100% have that conversation with them. Yes, and I can, if there's someone to contact and let them know that maybe that's a decision we're going forward with, I can do that. The moment we're done here, I can have that conversation with them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if those are the only questions, let's move into committee to a motion. Mr. Byat, please.
Sure, I'll take this one, Mr. Chair. We only have two variances in front of us, both of which are minor. I don't see any issues with this particular application. I don't believe there are any other variances. So without further ado, I'd like to move motion to approve.
And that is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded approval. All in favor? Motion carries. Application is approved. Number 25. 10 through 32 Raglan Avenue. On this application before us, we have the application materials, agent's cover letter, arborist report. There is a letter on parking and loading requirements from WSP. There is a planning rationale letter from Boosfields. Presentation materials from Mike Drawer, planner. It's a tree preservation plan and a site-specific bylaw. In fact, 2, which affect the property. And we have email correspondence from Transportation Services and 2 form letters which oppose the project from 120 Raglan, Unit 921, and Unit 916. Okay, let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Drawer, and I am a planner and senior associate of Bousfields. And my firm address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in Toronto.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel questions. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Mr. Drawer, could you very briefly, I don't need a lot of detail, but I want to make sure I understand this type C loading provision that you would like to not comply with. As I read the information, it appears that you're within a few square feet of not having to require it anyway. And are you satisfied that using just type G will be adequate to service the needs of the building? So it's just a clarification on what we're doing with the type C loading space. I believe I understood from your letter, but I just want to confirm.
Yeah, for sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, the change requested is to deal with it's not square feet, it's the number of units. So the number of units increased slightly from the original approval. And because of that, it triggers a requirement for a type C. And that requirement was vetted by WSP in the letter that was submitted to the application to confirm whether the building could function and could function appropriately with only a type G. And they were satisfied that it could, and then that was reviewed by Transportation Services as well. And you'll see on the record that there is a letter from Transportation, or an email from Transportation Services confirming that they have no objections or comments on the variance.
Okay, thanks.
If no further questions, then panel, we can Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a very straightforward one, and transportation is okay with it. I have no issue either. So I'd like to move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Byatt is seconding your motion. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries. Application approved. Number 26 is 51 CRAVEN. Here we have application materials. There's a photograph of trees on the property, and there is a staff report from Urban Forestry. So, agent, join us, please.
Good afternoon. This is Khalid Ibrahim. I am the architect and the agent for this application.
Good afternoon. Just a moment while I confer with my moderator. Do we have a A speaker standing by in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker in support. The speaker in opposition, we've tried to contact multiple times, but no avail.
Okay.
I can continue to send some emails, but no phone number was given, so I'm not able to call them.
I understand. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, well, let's go to the speaker standing by in support. Please join the meeting by stating your name.
Lisa, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hi. My name is Lisa Villanueva.
Lisa?
Yes.
We hear your voice, but it's very faint. Could you speak a little louder, please?
Okay. Is this better?
Honestly, not. It's not much. No, maybe you need to be closer to the mic?
Oh, I have the mic right in front of me. Sorry. Let me just see if
Okay.
I can adjust.
You're better now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Lisa Villanueva, and I'm in support.
Okay. And that's is there any that's what you'd like to say?
That's it. Yep.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for participating. Okay. All right, panel. Panel, did I give you a chance to ask questions? No. So I don't think I did. So go ahead, Mr. Byatt, with your questions, and then Mr. Nipfel.
Actually, I don't have any questions. I was going to offer a motion.
Mr. Nipfel, do you have questions?
I don't have questions. I was going to offer a motion as well.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go with Mr. Byatt's motion, please.
Okay. This is an extremely minor variance. The request is for a very minor change. I have no hesitation in putting forward a motion to approve. And as far as I can see, there are no conditions at all.
Number one.
Is there forestry?
Number one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to forestry. All in favor, show of hands. Motion carries. Application is approved. Thank you. Number 27. 643 Wellington. Here we're looking at the application materials. We have revised plans June the 6th, 9 photographs of the property. There's a red line public notice showing a revised list of variances, June the 9th. Staff reports from Urban Forestry and Community Planning. Correspondence received, 2 letters in support, 639 Wellington, 74 Niagara, and in interest or concern, 1 from 645 Wellington. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Dana Chimowich. I'm the architect for this project.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Let me check. We have a couple of speakers here. Yes. You have 5 minutes to address and make your presentation to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This project is one that I personally consider one of the most significant homes that we've designed. The owner and his agent approached us last year to design this multi-generational home on this very small but very significant property in King West neighborhood. We drew our design inspiration from the surrounding neighborhood, historical architecture that surrounds it, while proposing a building that does not simply copy the existing building styles, but proposes a modern, multi-generational home that should stand the test of time for decades to come. Exterior of the home is mostly red clay brick, again paying homage to the red brick factories of the past, the Essery building, and many other examples that surround this home. The form of the structure is rather unique. and it also draws inspiration from the similar home right next or east to us at 639 Wellington Street. And obviously, as probably from your site visits or from your records, you should know that that home was also of similar stature, similar scale, and it was also approved with very similar list of variances that we are here with. The owner of the home is literally looking for a home that he can live in, that his parents can live in, and that he can raise a family in it. In addition, we also designed a basement level second suite, which will provide for much needed affordable rental unit. The lot does face Wellington, but it does back onto Niagara Street, and we are proposing a rear parking space using one of these old-fashioned ribbon-style driveways to increase the amount of softscape and to eliminate one of the variances, 1 out of the 12, and reduce one of them by a significant amount. So we did that while working with the planner, Mr. Lacoste, I believe. We did that in June 6th, as you noted there. We agreed to work with an arborist to also ensure that the mature tree at the back and the tree at the front are hoarded and protected during construction. I just want to make sure that the committee obviously are aware of the letters of support. In particular, the neighbor right next to us at 639 has written a letter of support, and another neighbor at 74 Niagara. I also want to make sure that the committee is aware, and we are also aware of the letter of concern by the neighbor to the west of us at 645 Wellington, and we fully understand her concerns. Structural protection, water issues, noise during construction, site drainage afterwards. Those are some of the things that she brought up, and rightfully so. Just to ease her concern and anyone else's, we do plan on hiring highly qualified engineers, arborists, and we do have an entire permit process to go through still, if we are approved here, to ensure that this building and site is designed in such a way that stormwater management and everything else is dealt with properly. Just finally, quickly, I just want to go over some of the variances here. The FSI number is the first one. We don't think it's very high considering the urban location. Items 2 to 5 deal with setbacks. So basically front, sides, rear, etc. All of them are, we're asking for less what's there. Item 6 deals with the landscape at the front of the property. But if you look at the site plan and if you look at the size of the home and how small the site is, there really isn't that much room. So in fact, the fact that we have 67% softscape or landscape or 80 is required, I think is rather good considering the size of that. We'd like to eliminate variance number 7.
Just go slowly here. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And variance number 8 has been reduced, so we're asking for 27.6, where 30 is required. 9, it just kind of repeats itself. It deals with the side property lines, so it repeats one of the setback ones under items 2 to 5. Item 10 deals with the overage in height at 1.18 meters, which is less than 4 feet. Again, for a 3-story.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And basically, the last 2 items deal with the proposed secondary suite. I think we can all agree that affordable housing is key to the development within the city, and item 12 repeats item 5. In closing, I feel that this proposal is appropriate in scale, style. It provides the multi-generational home and affordable housing that the client is looking for, and I believe that the design fits within the 4 pillars of the city planning work.
Thank you very much. You are precisely on 5 minutes. And I just wanted to review with you the changes you've made. We are dealing now with an amended application at your request. Number 7 variance for the panel members is deleted. And number 8, the new number that shows there is, would you mind stating it again one time, please?
We have 27.6%.
And that's 42.17 square meters.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. So that is the amended application panel that we are actually dealing with and have before us. Okay. Now, Panel members, we do have some registered speakers standing by. Do you want to ask questions now, Ms. Chan?
No, I can wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to the registered speakers, please.
Jenny, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hello. This is Jenny Lamb. Can you hear me?
You're slightly faint, Jenny, but we do hear you. So
Let me just get closer to. I don't know if this is any better.
That's better.
Okay, super. Yes, so I'm Jenny Lamb, and I live in the little cottage right next to the subject property. So you can see in this sketch here, the subject property in the middle. I'm on the left, that little, the small, short little house there. It's an old worker's cottage. And basically, Mr. Achimovic, I think, was reassuring about protecting and making sure that there's no damage to adjacent properties, and I appreciate that. It's just that when I saw the notice of hearing, looking at 12 variances, it was rather scary. These old workers' cottages like mine were basically held together with love and hope and duct tape. So we're just really terrified about what can happen with a major project immediately adjacent. And I'm not even sure if our walls are, how our walls are attached or if they are attached. So, but Mr. Achimovic was very reassuring. So I'm hoping that that is the case. And I'm really hoping that the Committee of Adjustment members will sort of keep the safety of adjacent homes in mind, with zoning variances. My understanding of zoning variances is that they're there for a reason. They're there to protect homes. They're there to protect communities and properties. And I'm just not that knowledgeable about, for instance, I think I mentioned in my written submission, variance number 9, for instance, where there's a request to vary the closeness of the walls. Is that safe, for instance? So that's the kind of concern that I have. I don't have any objections to a larger home. I mean, in this neighborhood, that's a given now. This is King Bathurst. There's going to be a subway station in the area. I get it. I get that there's going to be change. And I also accept that the streetscape and the lighting around my home will be different, and I accept that. But it's just the structural integrity of my home during and after construction is huge concern to me. And so I hope the Committee of Adjustment can sort of be aware of and will be able to reassure me, I guess, that these variances will not adversely impact the structure of my home. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Quick response to you. You're actually here to put questions to the applicant, who I'm going to ask to address those issues you've raised. And what the committee is dealing with this afternoon, what is within our mandate, is this list of what is now 11 minor variances. Some of the issues you've raised are important and they're real. They're construction issues, so they're not issues that the Committee of Adjustment deals with. They're issues that you would deal with the construction department with during construction if you thought that things were going the wrong direction. But let's see what the applicant himself has to say on these concerns of yours. Applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, no, we fully understand that this will be a challenging build. Whenever you're building a taller structure on a small site with homes directly next door that have been built a long time ago. But for sure, this project will require what's called a structural shoring. So that's a specialized engineer that will be brought in to design temporary hoarding or shoring, if you will, below grade. Once the excavation happens, an additional structure will be installed to make sure that homes next door, on both sides actually, will stay in in place during construction. So this is one of those things that I mentioned during the permitting process. The city will demand this. I would be, and even if they didn't, we would still get that additional shoring engineering design that takes care of this type of an issue in this type of a situation.
Very good, thank you. And I apologize, moderator, are there other speakers standing by?
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Hey, thanks very much. Michael Gora from 143 Niagara Street, just literally behind this house right now. Supportive of the design, just want to make sure that the tree that is at the back gets maintained and stays alive through the process. Pretty much that is all, really, from our perspective.
Thank you very much for participating. Let's see what the applicant has to say in rebuttal or in comment.
Thank you, Michael. Similar situation. In this case, the city will require an arborist report. These are people who specialize in this type of thing, and hoarding will be required around the tree during the entire construction process. And during excavation, additional steps may have to be taken, in order to protect the life of the tree and actually, especially the root system itself during the excavation process. So once again, during the permitting process, this type of issue will have to be dealt with as the forestry will demand it.
Thank you. Okay. Now, moderator, is there another speaker now or not? Okay.
Justin, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hi there.
Hello.
Justin Greaves, MD. Hello, can you hear me?
You're slightly faint. If you'd state your name, please.
Hi, Justin Greaves.
Now you're better. Go ahead.
153 Niagara. Yes, I am in favor of support for the applicant. Obviously, I think, the reality is, I guess, in the area, there's very limited space, and I understand what he's trying to do to maximize density and also provide some rental opportunities at an affordable cost. So I'm very much in favor of supporting this.
Justin, where is your property in relation to this property?
Directly behind on Niagara Street, so 153 Niagara. Basically, that property faces the rear of 643 Wellington.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Panel members,
directly south, I should say.
Okay.
To clarify.
Panel members, questions for the speaker? I'm not hearing any, so thank you very much for participating. And we have already actually dealt with the first two speakers that presented, so the applicant has already commented in rebuttal or commented on those submissions. So now, panel, your turn. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. Could we go to the site plan for a second? There are two strips of permeable paving adjacent to that tree, and I'm presuming those are guides for the parking space. Am I correct?
My apologies. I'm used to the moderator unmuting me at other committees, but yeah, those are intended for the actual vehicle parking. Previously, we had the entire sort of area paved over, but in discussions with the planning department in order to increase the softscape, we had proposed this design, and he was very much in favor.
So is the remainder, other than the deck that's shown, could we just zoom into that area a little bit more? Is the area, the remainder of the area around the tree, and except for the deck, is the remainder of that area then soft landscaping?
Correct, that is the intent.
Okay, so the only paving then is the permeable paving strips.
Correct.
Okay, and my second question had to do with, there's a balcony on the second or third floor, and there's a rooftop terrace. And I'm concerned with the privacy implications, particularly to the west. The lady that spoke to us that lives in the cottage. From where I'm seeing this, it seems to me that there needs to be some screening. It's the other side, sorry, the other elevation. Those are basically Juliet balconies, I think. The upper level deck and the third floor deck don't seem to have anything that basically blocks view. I wanted to first of all clarify that I've got that right, and secondly, if I'm correct, we would normally suggest that you put a 1.5 meter screen between those areas and adjacent properties. As I see it, the property to the east probably doesn't need to be screened. I'm assuming that your rooftop deck doesn't overlook a rooftop deck on their side, but maybe you could clarify that. And it seems to me that what might be appropriate is for a portion of the rooftop patio that faces to the west to have planter put there to block view to the western rear yard, and the same on the balcony on the floor below on the third floor. That's an awfully long-winded question. Are those kinds of privacy issues things you've already thought about and you have solutions for, or would you be open to putting some condition in that provides for it? I don't think you need privacy along the entire western limit of the upstairs of the rooftop deck, but I do think you need it for a portion of the western limit to protect the property to the west.
Thank you for that question. Actually, the best place to take a look at this would be the rear rendering on the cover page, if you don't mind shooting over to there. So there's a rendering on the very front page, and it's the one on the top right. Yep. And if you can zoom in on there, we're kind of showing a little bit of what you're referring to.
Protruding wall, yeah. How tall is that?
How tall is that wall? I think we drew it, 1 second, I'm just going to take a look at, I've got my drawings open here as well. The height of that particular wall, I believe we have it at 4 feet. The owner, I am texting with the owner as we're discussing this, and they are open to privacy screens. So for example, on that third floor balcony facing the west, we could increase that wall or add some frosted glass, to provide that privacy. Regarding the balcony on the rooftop and privacy to the cottage way below, I don't think there would be much of an issue there, just because we're literally 2-3 stories up above the existing cottage. To the east, as you can tell in this rendering, we did our best to mask the property next door. I don't see many issues there, just because they are fairly enclosed at the back. Potentially, we could add some privacy screens on that side as well. I know the owners are very agreeable to things like that, and they wouldn't have any issues adding those to the design during the permit stage.
I would be inclined to not put them in as conditions. I think the fact that you actually sensitively extended that wall and there was nowhere that I could find the height. I think 4 feet's okay. You pretty well have to get on your tiptoes to peek over it for it to not be effective as a privacy screen. I think to increase the height of it probably creates more of an impact on the property to the west, because it makes the building look like it's bigger than it is. If the owner and you, in consultation with the 2 neighbors, wanted to enhance the east and the west sides of that balcony and the rooftop with some planting, I think that would be helpful. But at this point, I think I'd be loath to put them in as conditions. I just wanted to get your feelings on that.
I appreciate the comments.
Panel members, any further Questions of the agent? If there aren't any, we can take the application into committee. Mr. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can start with a couple of comments. I know this area really well. Actually, the overall, the whole area actually is got quite a range of different types of residential and commercial mix, and in terms of massing, in terms of style. And I think that this new build actually will fit into that kind of mix. And I think also they're actually trying to keep them not necessarily build a really overpowering building. And then I think it's a very controlled design. And I have no problem with with this proposal. I will support it.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also going to support the application. I noticed that the planning department is, and for the same reasons as Yim, I think it's a tough site, very tough site, and I think that the designer's done a really good job in coming up with a sensitive design to the context, and I appreciate that. I indicated that I think privacy might be something they want to have a continued conversation on, but I don't think you need a condition on it. Planning has suggested that we tie this to the site plan. I'd like to go one step further. I think with these variances, a proposal that's not nearly as sensitive and supportive as this one could be built, and I would like to tie any approval to all of the plans, particularly for privacy issues and landscaping, and I think that that would secure what we have before us as the built condition. If no one else has any comments, Yim, did you move a motion?
No, she did not. You may do so now. No.
Okay, then I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition 1 and 2, and also tying the approval to plans, the site plan and the elevations for privacy issues and landscaping.
Can we refer to it as the amended application?
Yes, for sure. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Very good. So there is a motion. Is there a second to that motion? There it is. Mr. Byatt seconds. So it is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries. Application as amended is approved. Thank you. Number 28. Item 28, 94 Brule Gardens. The committee has before it the following communication. Copy of application materials. There's an arborist report, March. There's a staff report from TRCA and another from Urban Forestry. And there is a 5-signature petition supporting owners occupants at 84, 86, 88, 92, and 93 Brule Gardens. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Nelson here as the agent for this application.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Okay. Panel members, questions here? Not hearing any. Anyone ready with a motion on this one? Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We only have 2 variances in front of us, and both of them are quite minor. And I'd like to note that forestry and ravine, TRCA and ravine and forestry, neither of them have any conditions. So this one I think is quite straightforward. So I'd like to move approval of this application, pardon me, with no conditions.
Thank you, and that is seconded, Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded. Approval. All in favor, show hands. Motion carried, unanimous vote. Application approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Number 29. 1420 Dundas Street West. Committee has before it application materials, revised plans, June the 1st, 3 photographs, trees, and a cover letter from the agent, June the 1st. Agent, please join us by stating your name.
For Woodbine Avenue.
We didn't pick that up until you were pretty much through. Do you mind stating your name again, please?
Sure. My name is Shahid Danawati from 1304 Woodbine Avenue.
Very good. You're now with the panel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, panel, questions here. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One very simple question about context. Could we go to the revised site plan? And my question has to do with there's a lot of stairs and decks and things that are landings on the back. What does the property back onto? When you to the north, it's very difficult to determine what is to the north, what's exposed to the north. Can you clarify that?
It's a by-lane, and I have given a presentation with some pictures of that by-lane over there. So if you go to the
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. It's a what?
It's a by-lane.
A lane.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then what's on the other side of the lane? Is it
There are other
residential?
homes, other garages, and other car parks on the other side.
For single-family homes or multiple family homes?
I guess they're single-family homes, but at the beginning of the lane, I can see a multiple-family home.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Hearing none, let's take the application into committee for moving to a motion. Ms. Chan, go right ahead.
Yeah, I can give a couple of quick comments. Actually, the new plan, the proposed plan, especially in the basement, they used to have some windowless bedrooms. And I think the new proposal is actually a great improvement to the quality of these units. And I think given in that area, in that context, this is quite common to have multi-dwelling units in this area. I think the proposal is good for the area. I do not see there will be negative impact, and I'm in support of this. If there are any comments, I will move for approval.
Very good. Is there a second?
I don't think
Can I
there's
get a
any-
clarification first before we vote?
Okay.
On this, which floor is it? Oh darn! There's a deck on one of the floors, and it's a roof, and it says that it's here. It's on A104. Is it possible to pull that up on the screen? It says that is a roof only, and it's not to be used for any amenity space. I don't understand how that's going to work.
Agent?
The level area.
And I was on the wrong drawing. It's A2.04. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's the existing one, actually.
No, that's proposed.
Okay.
Based on my drawings, it's proposed, and it says flat roof below, non-accessible for active use. So
That's right.
There is how are you going to prevent someone for not using it for active use?
So we are going to put a railing over there. I think that railing is missed out in the drawing. That
Yeah,
needs
it
to
isn't
go
there.
there. The railing that where you see the 3-foot note over there,
Yeah.
there's going to be a railing over there, and we will be providing a high the railing in that area so that nobody can go and cross in that area because there's a neighbor's window over there.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm concerned.
Right. So that was the purpose of it. So I think in the drawing, this particular railing has been missed out.
So is the roof on this, is it the roof of the second floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the same question seems to take place when you get to the roof, to the top floor. Again, there's a railing there.
Right.
But it isn't, there's a railing along the edge, but and there's a stairway. Can you access the roof from that stairway?
From this particular stairway, yes, sir.
So how do you prevent the roof from not being used for amenity space?
Right. Now, the thing is that that particular railing on the 3rd floor, we are going to make it 5 feet over there, so that nobody crosses and goes into that terrace area on the 3rd floor itself. Then the stairs go up, and the distance between the stairs and that particular existing window of the neighbors, which we think is not a legal window, but the thing is that they should have never put that window over there. But we are trying to protect any visionary issues over there.
So I would be inclined to have a condition on this application that says that none of the roof areas are to be used for amenity space. Are you comfortable with that? Because that
absolutely
seems to me to protect it. Okay, good. Then back to Yim. You have a motion. Would you accept a friendly amendment that
maybe you should make the motion.
No,
then, eh?
yeah, I'm fine. You're making the motion, but I'm wondering if we might add a condition that roof areas are not to be used for amenity space. And it's precisely because of the potential privacy concerns for the properties to the north.
Okay, why don't we do this? You could add that as a friendly amendment to Yim's motion,
Yeah, that's what I'm
which is,
suggesting.
and also second.
I'm happy to second it. Yim, are you okay with that amendment?
I don't know, because what they have proposed, they have never proposed any recreation areas anyway. I'm
know,
not
but
too
there's
sure
a stairway that leads to
why
those
we have to add a thing that they do not propose.
I don't agree. Okay, then I'll
Okay.
wait. I won't vote
So-
on your motion, and I'm going to add that as a separate motion then.
Yim has a motion which was a simple approval, as I recall.
Yeah.
Let's see if that motion has a second. It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? And let the record show that Mr. Nipfel was in dissent. The motion carries by a vote of 3-1, and the application is so approved. And that takes us along to number 30, 294 Roncesvalles Avenue. On this application, we have application materials, 2 photographs of the property, March. Cover letter from the agent, March. Committee of Adjustment decision, 2018. A TLAB decision affecting the property. A response to a letter of objection from the agent. There's a planning rationale letter from the agent. Proposed conditions from the agent, June 7th. And a site-specific bylaw to adopt Amendment 612 to the official plan. We have a staff report from City Planning, and we have correspondence in opposition from these addresses: 134 Jeffrey, 131 Grenadier, 114 and 135 Grenadier, 137 Jeffrey, 141 Grenadier, 110 Grenadier, 333 Roncesvalles, 132 and 127 Grenadier, 137 Grenadier, 333 Roncesvalles, 129 Grenadier, 283 Roncesvalles, and 130 Jeffrey Street, 130A Jeffrey. Also from 431 Roncesvalles and 161 Grenadier. Beyond that, there are 18 form letters in opposition from owners and occupants, 106, 108, 120, 122, 130, 132A, 133, 139, 143, 145, 149, 153, and 163 Grenadier, and from 130 Jeffrey. We'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan of the Planning Agency, Inc. My address is 157 Adelaide Street West. And just to indicate, I'm not the same Christian Chan that I saw on 16 Cavendish's order to comply on a matter before us today.
Okay, very good.
Okay, very good.
And thanks for that clarification.
Christian, if you have a speaker or some other device playing please turn it off because we have a lot of feedback.
Okay, just a moment. Let me try to change my mic. Does this work for the purposes of hearing me properly?
Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, this is a lot better.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Christian, I think we're through that. You have 5 minutes now to present your proposal to the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I understand I've got the work cut out for me here in this proceeding with the objections letters, objections filed. Yes, I have reviewed all those. And just to note, too, that the variances sought in this application relate to the proposed floor space index. And just to indicate to the committee that this is not changing, this is an existing. So this is a land use filed before you today with respect to a proposed commercial use for a small-scale cafe comprising the main floor and the basement of the subject site and building. So in terms of staff consultation, I've had extensive discussions with community planning on this, both with the manager, with Mr. Nicholson and Ms. Negro. Pursuant to this, staff have issued a report listing a number of conditions to which my client is content to accept. And I'll discuss those conditions in further detail. But in response to community consultation, which I did speak to a number of the surrounding residents myself in person, to the residents at number 134, as well as I understand the owners also had discussions with surrounding residents. So there's also a meeting with a local councillor, Perks. I was not attending that meeting, but I understand a meeting was held with a local councillor with respect to their concerns. So in response to that, I provide to you that the city planning has provided full support for this application, subject to the 9 conditions that they propose to be imposed before you. And of course, this is resulting from a discussion that we had with respect to the nature of a small scale cafe. There has been a TLAP proceeding before on this that was decided to be approved by the Committee of Adjustment on 211 Avenue Road, which is in respect to a similar application on a major road in close proximity to nearby residences. And 2 items of discussion on the 211 Avenue Road TLAP case, because I'm just indicating this because this type of land use has been before litigation at the TLAP before, which determined that the COA has the jurisdiction under section 45(1) to consider a variance to permit a use prohibited in the bylaw, and B, whether a proposed coffee shop meets the section 41 tests. So the TLAB did approve that cafe. And from a land use perspective, Chair Ian Lord mentioned that a cafe is different from a restaurant in terms of the intensity of use and impacts to adjacent and nearby neighborhood areas than an eating establishment would. I highlight from that report or from that decision that a small-scale coffee shop will not increase the demand for parking within the neighborhood, as it is a small-scale commercial use intended to serve the needs of a community. So this is specifically from that decision. The Committee of Adjustment again approved the coffee shop, and I just would like to note a few more items that Member Lord stated in his decision. A coffee shop limited by the conditions does not fit the essential characteristics naturally and normally associated with a restaurant in common parlance, or as described under city zoning. This is a distinction constituting a meaningful difference in the terms of use. A coffee shop does not have the attributed concerns for cooking, odors, waste, garbage removal, servicing, and vermin. I am of the view that an establishment that does not have a kitchen, that does not prepare and cook meals, that does not serve in-house prepared food to tables is something different than a restaurant. And the variance to permit the use of a restrained and narrowly defined coffee shop is minor, both in terms of importance and neighborhood impact. With respect to the West Side study in 2013, there are a number of guidelines, and I point out specifically two of them: that the proposal has minimal vehicular parking and traffic impacts in the neighborhood, and the proposal does not create adverse noise, air, or light emissions impacts in the neighborhood. And in response to that, small-scale coffee shop is not a restaurant or eating establishment and constitutes a less intensive service commercial use and does not have vehicular traffic or traffic impacts in the neighborhood, and does not create adverse noise or air and or light emission impacts in the neighborhood. I'd also like to point out on page 2 of the city's staff report, they reference OPA 612. OPA 612 was with regards to the local neighborhood retail and services report 2022, as enacted by bylaw 8/20/2022 as OPA 612. And this resulted in the removal of the requirement for being only on a major street and via a zoning amendment for commercial uses in neighborhoods. It provides the framework for approval of such uses to be considered via minor
I
variance
must
application.
ask you now for your final comment, please.
Thank you, sir. So in the EHON staff report specifically identifies cafes on page 4 as a commercial use in a neighborhood, as these amenities are small in scale, typically serve local residents in a physical form that fits the local context. So the policy framework has evolved in the last 10 years to permit the requested cafe use in neighborhoods designation. And in terms of anticipated conflicts, in this case, in my opinion, there will be none, as already established by city planning staff, previous decisions by COA on cafes, and TLAB in considering small-scale cafe shops on a major street with adjacent nearby neighborhoods.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, panel members, just for your information, we have about 6 or 7 registered speakers standing by. Shall we go to them now? Let's do that. Moderator, first speaker, please.
Stevie, you've been unmuted.
Hello. My name is Stevie Click, and my name is Stevie Click, and I am the tenant above 294 Roncesvalles. I'm at 127 Grenadier. As the tenant above 294 Roncesvalles, I believe that I have a unique perspective on this application, having lived here for almost 2 years.
You have 5 minutes, Stevie. You have 5 minutes to address the panel and tell us how it's going to impact, how it could impact you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The property was built as a single-family home more than 100 years ago and has been converted into 2 residential and 1 commercial unit. I do not believe it is possible this house can support the needs of a high-volume business while ensuring the tenants have access to water. Hot water takes about 5 minutes in the summer and 10 minutes in the winter. The water pressure stands at around 20 or 30 psi. This means that no 2 occupants can shower and run appliances at the same time. The water is occasionally reduced to drips and the pipes squeal and make loud air noises. The landlord refused to replace the half-inch water pipes, which I communicated very early in my tenancy. The situation with the restaurant will make this much worse. So I have no confidence that the issues will be addressed by the owner in this plan. The building is residential and the ceilings are paper thin. It isn't appropriate sound separation nor fire separation, and I am concerned that this will interfere with both my enjoyment of my home and my ability to run my business. The building is also not accessible, nor is it suitable for sprinklers or restaurant use. Though there are 2 front entrances that a business could use, there are actually none that are accessible. All patrons, including those with strollers or mobility issues, would be required to ascend 7 or 8 pretty steep stairs. So this plan doesn't include any modifications to address the issue. If the official plan is to create services that are accessible to all pedestrians, then this does not meet that objective. As a tenant with a spinal disease, ODSP recipient, and business owner, I intentionally chose a space that accommodates my needs while ensuring I have a driveway to unload and load. I clearly communicated this a number of times. The landlord refused to adhere to his responsibilities and even argued with bylaw officers about his responsibilities regarding snow removal. There is also no place to store waste. I think this issue will come up a bit. We have a rodent problem, and we've had it since November of 2022, and the landlord has ignored the advice of pest control to plug the holes. Food service will only exacerbate the rodent issue. In this location, there is no on-site parking that can be used for customers or delivery to and from the business, and parking in front of the building is limited and already congested. Since there is nowhere for delivery service workers to park, they do so illegally. This is already an inconvenience and blocks the crosswalk. The backyard is shared by all tenants and cannot be a restaurant patio. In my experience, the landlord is untrustworthy and unable to respectfully adhere to responsibilities. He has not adhered to laws or commitments of a landlord nor respected me as a tenant. The landlord at times has required intervention of the police for harassment. I would like to draw your attention to a letter of support from the Andres Marcoux and family. The unit was recently rented by the parents of 2 college boys for a short-term period in which the first tenant arrived last night. Finally, I would like to let you know that I am speaking here despite feeling threatened in my own home. I'll not get into details, but I want you to know that since writing my letter of obligation, I have experienced further intimidation from the landlord, which is in fact an extension of the poor treatment that I have received throughout my tenancy. To the extent that it matters, the owner does not adhere to his word. Any restrictions that he agrees to are unlikely to be followed, which will leave myself and neighbors in a monitoring and complaining role that we should not be required to undertake. We urge you to deny this application as it is unsuitable as a restaurant or cafe. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you. I don't know if the others are having trouble as well.
Thank you, Mr. Nipfel. Thank you. Okay, just as we wait for the next speaker to join us, I wanted to make this comment to those that are standing by to speak. It does not advance your cause to repeat concerns that have been raised by a previous speaker. Please focus, if you can, on the impact that you're concerned about should this proposal be approved, and how it would impact you. That's what we want to hear, and that's what helps us in understanding. Let's go ahead to that next speaker.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Michael Cambridge. I live at 135 Grenadier Road.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you very much for listening to me today. As a long-term residents on Grenadier Road, we are in firm opposition of the proposed zoning change that would allow a restaurant, or I know Christian mentioned that it's not going to be a full-blown restaurant, but to operate at 294 Roncesvalles Avenue. This is not a minor variance in our opinion, and impacts of such a change in our community, the ambiance, our property values, the enjoyment of our neighborhood would be negative, immediate, and long-lasting. The building proposed for conversion was designed for residential use. The setup of the property is unsuitable for businesses that require constant servicing, particularly the traffic that a restaurant or a retail property would generate. Unlike the properties on the east side of the street, there is no setback to separate this building as a commercial property from the adjacent residences. Adding retail restaurant to the location raises several significant concerns. As Stevie also mentioned, the increase of garbage output and primarily food waste. poses a risk of attracting pests, and we have had issues in the past along the street of rats and mice in the neighboring properties. So this will make matters much worse. The adequate storage and handling of this volume of waste would also be of concern. Secondly, the increase in traffic and parking pressure from the supply deliveries and other pickups would add to the already problematic congestion. The previous business that was there would continually have pickup and deliveries parking on Roncesvalles right in front of the property. And there's a crosswalk that's immediately beside the front entrance of the property in concern. And I can't tell you how many times I've walked across that that crosswalk and almost been run over because cars cannot see us coming into the intersection. So and I have 3 young children, and it's a very concerning thing that delivery trucks will be put right in front of that crosswalk area. Lastly, we worry about the noise pollution. There is a significant sized patio in the back, and I would be concerned that that would be used by this this landlord as well. And that would definitely detract from the quiet enjoyment of our properties, you know, from the surrounding neighbors. The last thing that I would like to also point out is I know the city is really trying to increase density in our neighborhoods, and I don't see this as being a viable option for the city planning. That unit right there could hold another 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, and the city's in dire need of increasing density. I'm a local real estate agent, and I know that's a huge problem in our community. So to have another retail environment on this side of the street where it's been banned since the 2013 study, I just don't see any need for it. Also on Roncesvalles, there are 5 to 10 vacant retail establishments that are looking for tenants. I'm not sure why the landlord isn't going to one of those empty units to try and secure his restaurant or cafe in one of those units as well. Lastly, the rent that he was looking to get recently on the MLS system was $13,000 a month. That's a lot of money for a small cafe to be paying on a monthly basis in order to be viable. So I'm extremely worried that this would be just the start of endless variances in getting liquor licenses and establishing longer wait times. So I'm very opposed to this process. That's all I'd like to say today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel? Okay. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Hillary, you've been unmuted. Hillary Knox, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Fifteen seconds remaining.
Okay, well, let's go on to the next speaker that's standing by, please, moderator.
James Elder, you've been unmuted. You can speak.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We do hear you, James. Yes, just state your name, please.
Yeah, James Elder. I live on Grenadier Road as well, nearby. I can be very brief because some of the previous presenters have covered some of the points I wanted to highlight. I did want to emphasize my concerns about risk to pedestrians. So the neighborhood is very family oriented. There are a lot of young children, as Michael said. And I've had also personal experience with that corner and that crosswalk. So years ago, I witnessed a truck backing up that was parked beside this property on Roncesvalles and hit a stroller that was crossing that crosswalk and knocked the child out of the stroller. It was very alarming. I think it's a very confusing, complicated intersection, and I worry that establishing a place like a coffee shop at that corner in front of that crosswalk would lead to customers that would kind of try to park temporarily, run in, grab a coffee, you know, and could lead to that kind of conflict with the crosswalk. Michael also mentioned the fact that there are lots of commercial properties available for lease on the east side of Roncesvalles in close proximity to this location. So I don't really see the community need to establish the coffee shop at this particular location. Also, there are several coffee shops within a block of this location on the east side. So in terms of serving the community needs, I don't really see how this would advance the community. And just to close out, so I think we have a good balance of residential and commercial properties as designed, in this strip of Roncesvalles, with the residential on the west side and the commercial on the east side. It works well. I don't see any need to change that, in addition to all the other concerns that the residents have already raised. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, panel, questions? No, I'm not seeing any. Let's go to next speaker.
We've been unable to connect to Anais. I've sent her quite a few emails and phone calls and no response. I can go on to the next speaker.
Very good.
Amal, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hi there. Good afternoon, the chair and the committee members. My name is Amol Jadhav, and I also have my wife, Deepali Jadhav, with me. We live in 129 Grenadier, which is the neighboring property adjacent to this 294 Roncesvalles on the west side.
Okay.
So I have the first-hand experience of when the florist used this property, this commercial use of this property. I have the first experience as an adjacent neighbor about the adverse impact that had on my life and my family's life and the enjoyment of my property. And I worry that it's going to get worse with the cafe moving in. So let me explain where I'm coming from.
Yes, please.
So as you all know, sorry?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, as you are all aware, the TLAB had approved that florist usage on the premise that it would have minimal adverse impact on the neighborhood, and had set two specific conditions: that there shall be no expansion of the use beyond the present size of the commercial space, which was the ground floor and the basement, which is same as this cafe, and there shall be no outdoor sale of goods and services. But from the pictures that I had included along with my letter of objection, and if somebody can share that, you can clearly see that the florist dominated the use of the mutual driveway between our property, storing number of boxes, overflowing garbage bins, stack of plastic containers, just to name a few things. So, and we reached out to the owner a number of times about this, but we were told that there's no other space to store this, and that's why this is going to continue. And that continued throughout the 4 or 5 years. So that was the first thing about that condition not being met, about expanding the usage of the commercial use beyond the current use. Definitely they completely abused the mutual driveway with all the storage throughout the florist use. That's the first one. The second one about no outdoor sale of the goods and services. Owner continued to allow the sale of Christmas trees in the backyard and the storage of the relevant material in this driveway throughout this 4 or 5 years. So what I'm coming down to is that this owner has continued to allow these kind of in bylaws infringements and the conditions set on the commercial usage throughout the use of by the florist. And I have no, there's all of a sudden by changing that to cafe, I see no reason that all of a sudden this will turn to a normal use of and all those conditions that were set in the application will be honored. And I will get to those conditions in a minute. So, and one other thing I want to just tell that we could have complained a number of times to the city about all these abuse, but we kind of, as a model citizen, we continue to live here and work with the owner in a neighborly fashion, however, to no avail. So that's kind of the frustration throughout these 4 or 5 years with the florist use. Now changing to the cafe and speaking of those conditions that are set in the application, I have apprehensions about the owner's ability to honor them. And let me explain again why. The first condition is said about the usage is limited to the ground floor and the basement. And I've just kind of talked about it, that how it was abused during the florist use. I see no reason that will change. The third condition says no cooking facility permitted, whereas I see clearly on the plans that there is a substantial part of the ground floor has been dedicated to kitchen and the food prep areas. So again, that's contradicting by itself. The fourth condition is about no additional HVAC or no additional, permission for air conditioner, cooling and all that. But there is a walk-in freezer in the plan, which was also used by the florist, and florist had to install 2 very noisy compressors at the on the south side of the building. On top of that addition that was made during the florist use, again, that was an external alteration that was not allowed, but it was done, and 2 condensers or compressors were installed on that. They will have to be installed again if that freezer is going to be used for the cafe. And the fifth and the sixth condition is about the garbage and the waste material going to be stored indoors and organic material going to be frozen. That how is that going to be frozen without a freezer? And if for that freezer,
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah. So given the history and the the kind of the abuse that have happened on this property, it suffice to say that from the evidences that I have provided, that if we knew that the florist operation would negatively impact our use and the enjoyment of property, and the florist variance would then lead to this cafe application, we would have firmly fought it. We didn't at that time. And just to also provide that we
thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay.
Panel members, other questions for the speaker? I'm not hearing any. So what we'll do at this time is to return to the agent, who will have an opportunity to comment on what the speakers have said in rebuttal. But I'll ask the agent to confine his remarks simply to the issues raised by the speakers, and we'll do that now. So let's go back to the agent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the surrounding residents for their comments today. Just in a general response to these issues were definitely discussed with city planning, and of which resulted in the recommendation of the conditions to address those concerns. With respect to Stevie's comments, I recognize that she is the tenant above. I understand there may be some complaints with regards to the owner, but these are matters of tenancy issues that should be before another tribunal, namely the Landlord and Tenant Board. With respect to commercial uses, yes, this is a building that is a residential building that was constructed about 100 years ago on Roncesvalles Avenue, but I just must also note, and I was the witness before the T-Lab for that florist case, is that there have been commercial uses on this property since 1949. So there have been commercial uses on this property more on the main floor and the basement than there have been entire residential uses for the property. Again, with respect to water pressure issues and water issues, these are items that would be taken care of during a building permit review process. With regards to sound separations, I am advised by the owner that amplified noise within the cafe would be limited to 65 dBA, which is the conversation volume. And should the committee wish to impose another condition that sound attenuation panels should be installed on the ceilings of the commercial space, that would be something that would be amenable to my client. With respect to the concerns for restaurant use, as I've explained in my presentation, and as concluded by T-Lab, that a coffee shop cafe does not have the level of impact that a restaurant or an eating establishment would. And this has been established and researched by city planning in advance of this hearing and resulted in the conditions that they seek to be imposed as part of this application. With respect to waste and rodents, I do understand that the previous florist use had a substantial amount of organic waste that was generated that was stored outside. To address this, the reason why the condition was suggested to be recommended by city planning, that would be condition number 6 is that all commercial waste material would be stored indoors and all organic and food waste frozen until the designated time for pickup by a waste collector. With regards to parking and loading, the square footage that is being proposed for the commercial use does not require a loading space, and therefore, in my respectful submission, sir, that because the zoning bylaw doesn't require loading space, that this is indicative of the small scale nature of the proposed cafe. With respect to parking, I understand that in the previous application in 2018 to the Committee of Adjustment and to TLAB, that there were parking variances sought for both the residential units as well as the commercial use, but bylaw 89/2022 eliminated the requirement for parking minimums in this property. And therefore, the city has determined through bylaw 89/2022 and their parking study that went before it to inform City Council's decision that no parking would be required for these small-scale, low-rise uses. With respect to Mr. Cambridge's comments, I understand that he discussed property values. These are not concerns that are before the Committee of Adjustment to determine in terms of their impact. With respect to garbage, again, as I mentioned before, there's a garbage conditions that are recommended by staff. And I do understand that there's a concern with regards to noise, patio, and liquor licensing, sir, of which this is covered by a number of the conditions that are proposed by city planning for liquor licensing shall not be sought. No music or artificial or amplified sound shall be played on or projected to any outdoor areas. And then also there's a restriction in the conditions that no outdoor patio shall be constructed or licensing shall be sought to address that concern. With respect to empty units on Roncesvalles and the rent that's being sought, these are matters that are between private parties. And these are market conditions that are outside the purview of the Committee of Adjustment and the floor test to consider. With respect to Mr. Alder's comments with respect to risk to pedestrians, I note that in the crosswalk, I note that there were no concerns noted by city planning, as well as no comments provided by transportation services or transportation planning that note any of these particular concerns. Also to note that the previous florist did have approximately 11 to 13 employees versus how I am informed by the owner that the proposed cafe coffee shop will have 4 employees regularly. With respect to 129 Grenadiers concerned, with respect to the garbage that has been previously stored in the side yard, in my respectful opinion, the condition should it be imposed, and I recommend it to be imposed, condition number 6, that there will be no outdoor storage of waste related to the commercial operation. And with respect to the actions of the owner, I respectfully submit to the committee that the actions of the owner, as previously described, are not to be prosecuted before the Committee of Adjustment, and I'm confident that with the concerns that were raised and the discussions that the owner has had with the surrounding neighbors, and on top of that, what has been recommended by city planning staff to impose as conditions for approval, should it be approved, that would address these concerns and move forward in an amicable manner. And those are my comments, sir, in response to the concerns raised by the surrounding residents here today.
Thank you very much. Now is the opportunity for the panel to put questions directly to you. First, I want to just check something with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, apologies. It appears there is still one other speaker that is on the line waiting to speak. So we want to ensure that we give them the opportunity. That's Alan Chris.
Yes, we do want to do that for certain. So let's go. Thank you, moderator, for making contact with Mr. Chris.
Alan, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Alan Chris, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We hear you clearly. Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Alan Chris, and I live at 131 Grenadier Road, which is 2 doors west of the applicant property.
Okay, Mr. Chris, have you just joined us, or did you hear the comments?
No, I've been on the
okay.
whole time.
So I'll just ask you not to repeat.
I'm going to try not to repeat. I do
Go
have
ahead.
some pre-prepared remarks, so I'll do my best to not waste your time. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. So I wish to begin by pointing out that we're in the early days of working with the 2022 EHON initiative, and I argue that approval of this variance would be an improper interpretation of its intent in this context. To describe the context, I point you to the city-initiated 2013 planning study that helped define the west side of Roncesvalles as a distinct neighborhood with a unique and valuable character. One of the specific recommendations of the study was that in order to maintain that character, no eating establishments be allowed. The purpose of the 2022 plan is to promote the expansion of residential housing. To promote that growth, it encourages the development of infrastructure like service businesses, cafes, restaurants, that sort of thing, where they're lacking. This is a significant problem, as we know, across many zones in the city. To justify this zoning variance, particularly one that contravenes the recommendations of the 2013 study, there should be some evidence that there's a lack of food service in this area. Not so on Roncesvalles, as others have spoken to, it's quite the opposite. There's scores of cafes and restaurants up and down the street. The arguments for approval rely heavily on OPA 612, which clearly states the intended use should have minimal adverse impact on neighboring residents. The experience from the flower shop, as others have spoken, shows that this would be significant, and with a cafe or restaurant, it could be worse. I note that in a meeting with the applicant, which I did have and which he offered, and I thank him for that, I was offered and shown a menu of a potential tenant who would operate at this location, that he stated would operate on this site. It was not the menu of a cafe, but it included sandwiches and prepared foods. I did not see coffee on that menu. It may have been there. The condition that the restaurant would freeze and store food waste in a freezer does not deal with much larger volume of mixed waste that would have to accumulate outside in the mutual drive. It's a mutual drive, and you've seen that. It's true that there has been commercial use of the property for a long time. As the agent said, it's been there's been commercial use for many, many years before it was a flower shop. But it was always smaller and appropriate to the area and to the building. A dentist with a small spa, that sort of thing. And similar up and down Roncesvalles. The agent for the application argues that the approval of the minor variance for a cafe at 211 Avenue Road sets a comparable precedent for this application. But 211 Avenue Road is not comparable. 211 Avenue Road is zoned mixed-use commercial residential. Exclusion of an eating establishment was due to an outdated exception. It has no adjacent residential buildings. It's bound by city parks to the north and to the east. Large-scale businesses are the norm on that part of Avenue Road. So a cafe or restaurant in that context would not be out of place or cause adverse impacts. To gain support from City Planning Department, the owner has agreed to certain restrictions. We talked about the restrictions, we've been through them. I feel as though they're not realistic and they're not enforceable. And it'll cause the neighbors to have to complain and to monitor this landlord and the use of this and how they're using his space. For the business to thrive and grow, it will require fewer restrictions. We've talked about the commercial aspects. I know it's not the committee's purview, but that is our concern, is that it's going to put pressure. Finally, to summarize, the proposed use as an eating establishment contravenes the guidance offered by the 2013 study. It does not materially support the objectives or intent of the 2022 EHON initiative. It has major adverse impacts on the neighbors, and you can see us all speaking out about that. And it is opposed by an overwhelming number of residents and businesses in the neighborhood. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Panel, are there questions for this speaker? Okay, in fairness, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to comment and rebut to this speaker as well. So applicant, you're back on with the panel now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thank Mr. Chris for his comments. And first, I'd just like to address the concerns with OPA 612. You have information and evidence that's before you for myself, a professional planner, as well as city planning, Ms. Bruna Negro, who also provides her professional planning opinion through Mr. Dan Nicholson, who signed the report that the proposal does in fact meet the intent and purpose of OPA 612. Now, I do note that policy 4.1.3 of the official plan was amended by OPA 612, and specifically I point out the three sub-policies that new small-scale retail service and office uses may be permitted in neighborhoods provided that they have minimal adverse impacts on adjacent or nearby residences, such as those from noise, parking, delivery, loading, and other impacts from activities associated with a small-scale retail service and/or office use. B, are of a physical scale in a location that is compatible with and integrated into the neighborhood. And C, serve the needs of residents in an effort to reduce automobile trips. So with respect to A, minimal adverse impacts, I'd just like to note that this doesn't say no impacts. It says minimal adverse impacts. And I'm confident that with the imposition of the conditions, and as well as the city is confident with the imposition of the conditions, that these impacts, these perceived or actual impacts, would be mitigated with the imposition of these conditions. In terms of B, a physical scale and location, the physical scale is not being changed. It's simply using the commercial space in the basement and the main floor for a cafe use that is compatible and integrated with the neighborhood. And as the city planning staff report on OPA 162 clearly states, that cafes are one of these types of uses that are be compatible and integrated into the neighborhood. And of course, with the imposition of these conditions, would be more so. And also, as indicated by TLAB for 211 Avenue Road, which I'll get into in further detail, that this would make there's a distinction between a cafe and an eating establishment use with the imposition of these conditions that make the application of the land use that's being proposed not rise to the level of impact that an eating establishment would provide under normal circumstances. With respect to sub-policy C, serve the needs of residents in an effort to reduce automobile trips. Now, I do understand that issues of parking were raised. However, again, with the scale of the proposal and the proposed land use in the building, is that this is, in my mind, undoubtedly a local use that local residents will be walking to rather than coming citywide to get coffee and small pre-prepared foodstuffs from this specific business. With regards to the 2013 planning study, sir, this is 10 years old and the policy framework has changed. We recognize now that EHON has resulted in a number of policies changes citywide, most recently with the imposition or the approval of City Council of the multiplex bylaw, where it allows 4 dwelling units where only previously 1 would be allowed in a residential detached district. So things have changed. And this is an example of change that is happening citywide to encourage urbanization of major streets. And in this particular instance, this proposal is on a major street with ample access to transit, biking facilities, and also, well, that would be representative active transportation, for example. And I understand that the 2013 study does specifically state as a guideline, which is not a statutory prohibition in this case.
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
There are no eating establishments allowed, but these are subject to 2 guidelines, in that there would be no parking impacts as well as impacts with regards to air, light, and noise. And these are addressed in the conditions proposed to be recommended to be imposed in this case. Just a quick point, sir, on the Avenue Road file. Yes, it's in a mixed-use zone, but I can inform you that I'm very well familiar with that area around Avenue Road. There are residences nearby. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the applicant, I was looking at the planning staff report and the conditions attached. So, for example, I think it's the first. Bear with me. I got to keep switching screens. The first recommendation is about storage and waste materials being stored in the basement. I believe number 6 similarly talks about storage in the basement. And I think somewhere there's a freezer as well. Yeah, number 6 talks about freezer. So when I go back to the lower level floor plan, what I see is 1 walk-in freezer, 3 food storage areas, plus on the main floor, I see there's 2 large food prep areas. How would I don't know if this of course, these drawings were presumably produced before the planning staff report came out. Is there any sense of where all this stuff would be stored and how the owners would actually get it out into the street? Because I do take heart when I listen to the neighbor immediately to the west, whose common pathway to their rear has been jammed with waste bins and garbage, other materials. So could you just give me some sense of how that would work?
Yes, sir. And I'll just start just from a functional perspective, how this would work. If I can ask staff to pull up the elevation photo along Roncesvalles. So be the next photo there. So here we see, sir, that this would be the area where approximately once or twice a week that pre-prepared food would be delivered to the property, to the business. And of course, there'll be some minor meal preparation facilities, but not a kitchen, a commercial kitchen, in the sense that meals would just be heated up. But just to explain how this would work is that the drop-off and loading would occur here in front of the parking spot that's already existing on the property, and immediately to the right of that rose painting is a gate that leads to the rear yard. And if I can turn staff over to the ground floor plan, we can see that, so it'll be the ground floor plan, or if you can go back to the basement plan, sorry, that gate leads directly toward that staircase on the left of your screen that goes to the basement area. So there'll be a very small section of the rear yard that would be passed through on the exterior for the provision of delivery of the food, as well as the removal of the waste. And so that's how that functions, sir. And with respect to the food storage, I don't expect that all these areas that are marked as food storage should be used as such. In fact, the intent of the owner is to use the areas to the north, on the north side of the basement of the building, for meeting spaces, for example, and not food storage. So the food storage in this particular image may be overstated to what the actual requirement for the food storage would be for this use. And so we can see that there is a large walk-in freezer that was previously used for the florist that would now be repurposed for use for the cafe. And in order to move that walk-in freezer over to where the food storage area closest to the staircase might be onerous, but it's something that could be considered by the applicant to do, to move the walk-in freezer or the freezed food storage areas closer to the exit. But as of now, the proposal is to maintain the walk-in freezer as it is, and then move food from frozen waste food from that area around and up the stairs and then out to Roncesvalles Avenue. And there's no intent to store any of the commercial waste along the west side yard to 129 Grenadier Avenue.
If I may just get a little clarity, I think you said something and I missed it. The food storage areas that we see on the north side, you said something about the owners intend to use it as
meeting space.
Meeting?
That's what I heard.
So a meeting, I'm not quite sure what a meeting space would be in the basement of a coffee shop.
That would be put a meeting table there in order to sit around and have meetings, for example. I wouldn't expect that amount of food storage to be used for the commercial small-scale use that's proposed, sir.
Through the chair, I'd also like to flag, through the chair, I'd like to flag that community planning in their comments and in their conditions, they are recommending that the proposal be constructed substantially in accordance with the plans. So that's Plan A101 as well as Plan A102. So while we're having discussion about layout and storage, I just want to flag for the members that planning did recommend tying to those two plans.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, that's still tied to the plan. If Mr. Chan's correct that the food storage space could be meeting space, I would argue that could that's basically an extension to the restaurant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yep.
Is there a third page to this planning report, the staff report? There's nothing there much. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Are we in committee, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So just to add to the question, sir, with regards to those northerly rooms for food storage, I've just been informed too is not for meeting rooms, but for equipment for working for the cafe. So there would be areas for other storage as well, not just food storage.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, if there are no further questions for the applicant, we can move at this stage, I think, into committee. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Let's go into committee then. I'd like to begin by putting something, just getting some clarification from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. We have a planning report that has some conditions. Then we have conditions that were suggested by the applicant.
Through the chair, I recommend you consider the planning conditions.
Yes, I think that's important.
Which I believe are very similar to what the applicant proposed, but again, planning has added that 10th condition about tying to plans. So it's up to the members how you decide if you wish to include all of those conditions or not, but in considering conditions, you should be considering the planning report conditions.
Thank you. Okay, comments anyone on this application? Mr. Byatt, go ahead then, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start this off, and I think it may require a fair bit of conversation. In principle, I don't have an objection to the business use going from a flower shop to a coffee shop. A lot of the complaints that we've heard from the various neighbors in the area, including the tenant in this particular property, are kinds of complaints, some of which we have no control over. To many of them, I would say, when you have an employer or a business owner who's perhaps not as principled as they should be, we have other recourses, but not in this particular space. However, I am. When I look at the plans and the intent, when you look at the number of chairs in this coffee shop, there are 18 chairs. The amount of food storage space is phenomenal. I ran a restaurant many years ago and we had over 150 chairs. So I know how much food storage space is required in the kitchen space. This place seems to have an inordinate amount of food prep areas, food storage area for a very small cafe. So I'm a little loath, despite the planning staff's report, I'm a little loath to believe that this is where that the intended business may actually remain as small as it is, as is proposed. So I'm not very comfortable with the application as it stands. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues and see what thoughts they have.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not convinced by the application at all. It seems to me that the suggestion that there will be no cooking is an interesting idea, but there's a great deal of floor space that is unassigned, as Mr. Byatt has already indicated. So I suspect that cooking will take place, and that will require exhaust mechanical equipment. As somebody, one of the objectors, and I must comment, the objectors were thorough and well prepared and provided really interesting information. There's a very large freezer. One could question why one needs a freezer that size for the size of coffee shop that's proposed. As Mr. Byatt indicated, it's very small seating, but that's a large freezer. And as one of the objectors indicated, it requires the installation of rather noisy compressors. In fact, there's supposed to be no noise. So if one buys that there's to be no cooking, I have trouble with that, but let's for a second say that's the case. Well, then if all the foods that are going to be sold are going to be pre-prepared somewhere else. They need to be delivered, in which case there's a lot more delivery than we were led to believe by the presentation. And there is, in my view, an inadequate space for efficient delivery to and to this facility, and the removal and storage of garbage from it. I'm just not convinced that this idea of a little French cafe that doesn't intersect with the residential people in any negative way, it just isn't reasonable here. I don't think any of the conditions are feasible. And I think down the road, what you would see is deliveries and garbage storage and collection disrupting this community, and short-term illegal parking also creating a disruption. I have personal experience with exactly this kind of arrangement, and I have no confidence that what is being stated in words is actually what will happen. I think this will be a huge imposition on the community. I'm not prepared to support the application as it currently stands.
Ms. Chen, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, I muted myself. Okay, I'm coming from a different angle. I'm coming from an impartial, just a panel member that does not know anything about running a restaurant. But I only look at the context and what they have asked. I think one of the conditions in the staff report is that there's no cooking facility permitted anyway. But I find it difficult to assume things that they're not applying, they're not asking, and then saying that they will do it. I just find that it's almost like accusation without any proof yet. In terms of my decision based on evidence, I'm not too sure you can say that they will violate all these conditions. And we did put on many conditions to many applications, assuming that they will be carried out. So when you say you do not have any confidence on these conditions being carried out, I don't have any basis to make a decision then, right? So I'm indifferent only because I think that in the immediate context, it's a major street. They're looking for just a small scale operation of a coffee shop. When you look across the street, you look around the street, this is the kind of small business that is very suitable in the area. Whether people will follow rules and all, as committee member, we cannot actually regulate people's behavior. It's not that I either support, is there not enough evidence that they will violate all these conditions? So,
Mr. Chairman, to clarify, I don't think either of the other panel members indicated that the applicant would violate the conditions. Both Mr. Zahir and I indicated that we felt that the conditions were unreasonable. That's quite a different issue.
But one of the conditions say that they cannot have cooking facilities, and then you say that they will be cooking. I'm not too sure where that come from then.
Okay, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, I take Ms. Chan's comments to heart. As a business, if it was a viable business, not a viable business, but I think it can be a viable business as a small coffee shop. The evidence that we have in front of us, and the evidence I look at, is the basement floor plan, for example, and the identification of the use of it compared to the coffee shop on the first floor. The idea that this is a on-time delivery of foods for a particular small business, the two don't gel, and somehow that's to me is the evidence.
Okay.
So evidentially speaking, I think there's something that doesn't quite make sense.
Let me weigh in on this one, and then for my part, I am actually pretty persuaded by both the written submissions and the oral submissions this afternoon that with approval that the that the results coming out of this would amount to negative or adverse impacts. The argument that the delivery of supplies to the business would be a problem. That strikes me as true. There is not an easy way to park a vehicle there to deliver without causing potential problems. And as someone pointed out, this would put a lot of onus on the neighbors to monitor. The neighbors would be the ones who would have to monitor whether or not these conditions were being respected, and that struck me as an adverse kind of an impact. So I am not inclined to support this application either. So, unless there are further comments, I'd look to someone to make a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put forward a motion to refuse this application.
Is there a second? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. It is moved and seconded, therefore, to refuse. Those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed. And let the record show that Ms. Chan is in dissent, but the vote on the motion is 3-1. The motion carries. With that, the application is refused. At this point, the committee's been going for about 2.5 hours nearly, so we're going to take a recess of, I think we'll take it this time, we'll take 10 minutes. And, well, actually, we'll take 15 minutes at this time and resume at 5:25. Thank you. Okay, we resume. And we resume on item number 31, 50 Indian Grove. The committee has before it application materials. There's an arborist report, March the 21st. There are presentation materials from the agent, May the 8th. There is a staff report, Urban Forestry, June 7. Correspondence in support from 56 Indian Grove. And now we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Andrew Batay-Sharba at 264 Jane Street.
Very good. Good afternoon to you. And just one moment, please. Okay. Okay. Very good. Panel members, are there any questions for the agent? Not hearing any. Okay, is anyone, Mr. Biden, is anyone ready to?
Sorry, just for the agent, if you could just speak to the, I think it's variance number, number 4, soft landscape. If you just give me some explanation for that, please.
Yeah, oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
we hear you clearly. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. So the soft landscaping is inclusive of a small patio in the back, a small deck off of the kitchen with stairs accessing that rear patio.
Very much an existing circumstance, I take it?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
The garage is an existing garage.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay, anyone ready to move to a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find this to be a refreshingly sensitive application. I think it has the same footprint as the existing building. It has the support of the adjacent neighbors, and there's a terrace, but it faces the lane and rear yards. I think it respects the context and the neighborhoods and enhances the street. And I would like to move approval, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Approval, subject to forestry. All in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion. Application approved.
Thank you.
On number 32, 10 Bartlett, we do have a deferral request. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Michael Shazadfar, and I'm the agent on behalf of the owners at 10 Bartlett.
Good afternoon to you. Could you explain to us, please, the rationale behind the request to defer?
In lieu of the recent comments that came from the neighbor, we want to have an opportunity to see if we can come to a design change that will address the neighbor's concerns and then come back to committee with variances that are basically, considering the neighbor's comments and concerns.
Thank you very much. So consultation. Moderator, do we have someone standing by?
We do. One moment. Blake, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, gang.
Hi there. Could you state your name, please?
Sure. My name is Blake Morrow, and I live at 8 Bartlett Avenue, which oversees the backyard and plan area that 10 Bartlett is talking about. Sorry.
Okay. So I don't want to get into the detail of the application with you at all, Mr. Morrow, but you probably have heard that the agent has requested a deferral in order to allow time for consultation with neighbor. So,
yep, I think I'm the neighbor. I was never consulted previous to now, so it's refreshing to hear this news because the entire thing blindsided me, and I was never talked to about the whole thing.
Okay, so the panel will actually make this decision as to whether or not we defer or proceed now. But I wanted to get your feeling about it. Would you be in favor of a deferral to allow for consultation?
Absolutely, sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, panel, there we have it. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move deferral of this application to allow consultation with the neighbors.
Thank you. It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Deferral. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carried. The application is deferred. Number 33 is 621 Ossington Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm having some trouble connecting with the agent. If you'd like, we can skip over to the next one, and hopefully by that time I'll have Jonathan Benkowski ready.
That's what we'll do. Okay, so the moderator is trying to connect with the agent for number 33. We're going to put 33 on hold while we make connection with the agent and move on to number 34. We'll come back to 33. Number 34 is 547 Atlas. We're looking at application materials, arborist report, tree preservation plan, email from transportation engineering, transportation services, 4 form letters in support, 67 Alameda, 328 Atlas, 149 Everden, 142 Gloucester. In opposition from 60 Gloucester, 549 Atlas, 545 Atlas, and 551 Atlas. Let's have the agent join us, please.
David Peterson, you've been unmuted.
Afternoon, everyone. David Peterson, architect and applicant, 90 South Kingsway.
David, you may want to speak up a little bit or have move the microphone a little bit closer.
My apologies. I'll just kind of raise my volume. David Peterson, architect and applicant for the property, calling from 90 South Kingsway.
Thank you very much. Moderator, someone standing by here? Okay. Mr. Peterson, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present the building and the design and our planning rationale. I'll begin by speaking about parking. Staff, if you don't mind loading the planning rationale document that was submitted recently.
Yes.
Thank you. So to begin with, I'll speak to 4 variances that relate to parking. Variances 1, 11, 12, and 13 all kind of speak to the parking. Part of what we see here is a mutual drive, and that mutual drive is quite narrow and makes it very difficult for a mid-size to larger vehicle to kind of travel down the lane. So we proposed parking at the front of the property and used some landscape screening to kind of mitigate any kind of views of a vehicle parked there. We have no objections from Transportation Services, which I believe you have a copy of. Moving on to speak to other variances. Variances 9 and 10 on your list of the zoning waiver, we're not seeking variances there. We're going to comply. The remaining variances I'll speak to. First, talking about the building's massing, and really these issues that remain relate to the building's massing. So we're seeking a variance related to the length of the building. But I'd like to point out that what we're looking at is a building that is 3 stories, but not 3 stories continuously across the building. If we look at the 3rd floor, that length of the building is 15.8 meters, so less than the bylaw is required. And then when we look at the building's height, the building, that 2-story portion of the building is also less than the required 8.5 meters of the building's kind of permitted sidewall height. So, and you can see this both in the elevations and also on drawings A401 and A402. Yes, so there you can see that the front portion of the property, that part of the building is set back and is at that point 7.6 meters high. So what we have is a massing that really is mitigated in lots of ways and is stepping in places to mitigate what is, a 3-story building in terms of its total height. In terms of setbacks, what we see is a front yard setback, and we're seeking a small variance there to the requirement. But strictly speaking, the setback is encroached, or the building's encroaching into that setback only through an angled wall. When we examine the landscape plan that was submitted to the committee, we see that we're actually not seeking a variance for the landscaping in the front yard, and in fact, we're exceeding the landscaping in the front yard. Next, I'll speak to the variances related to platforms. We've got 2 platforms, one on the kind of street-facing side, and you can see from this section that platform is actually used as a place for solar panels. It's not a place that is intended to be occupied. It is positioned there to kind of receive the best light and be able to essentially offset carbon emissions by using hydronic solar panels to create heat, both for kind of in-floor heating and then also domestic hot water. Our second patio that faces the south side, and I'll ask staff to take us to the planning rationale page on page 2 of that page. Yes, you can see it there. Yes. So on the south side, we have another platform, and that platform is strictly used as a
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
So this platform and both conditions are really centered around trying to control, to mitigate privacy issues. The platform is planted, which creates a screen, and then we're also showing screening on the south side. The north side issue around privacy, we mitigate that by using frosted glass block. On the next page, you can see an indication of what that looks like, where you get diffused light through those panels, but not views. And that's how we mitigate concerns around privacy.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's well said.
Okay, then. Panel, we have one person standing by. Questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Could we clarify, I know there's a concern with overlook and privacy, and the architect indicated the use of glass block, which prevents direct view. Can you clarify where that is? Is that on the north side? Because there are large windows on the north side, and
yes,
then there's a large window on the south side where that green area is. Could he clarify where the glass blocks are?
Yes, so if we look at the that same page that we were on, it actually, let's see, I think it's a following page. I'll ask you to go to the planning rationale document, page, following page. One more page, please. There, yes. So you're looking at the north elevation, and the vertical lines that you see there are glass block. And then there's a kind of picture indicating the kind of condition of the glass block to the interior, where you get diffused light and not views.
So you're using glass block where you've got that spiral staircase then?
That's right. And then also at the front entrance. So the first page of the building submission shows an illustration of the street facade. So where you see that kind of colored, that kind of bronze colored glass, that's the glass block. So on the north side, that's how we're mitigating views. On the south side, we're dealing with privacy in a kind of twofold way, where we've got screening, the landscape planting there, and then also we're using louvers. And additionally, the windows from both the two properties are never facing each other. So they're oblique to one another. And that's why the louvers assisting that.
Just to clarify, where you've got glass block where the stairway is, and then in this drawing that's in front of us, further to the right, where I guess it's a living seating area where the glass is curved. Is that glass block as well?
That's right.
So you wouldn't have any difficulty with the condition that required that all glazing facing north is glass block?
No, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
Okay. Moderator, let's go to the registered speaker standing by.
Good afternoon or good evening, committee members. My name is Raivo Ukivi, and I'm the lawyer for Aaron Kleinberg and Mickey Lungu, who are the owners of 545 Atlas Avenue. My clients own the property immediately to the south of the proposal at 547 Atlas.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My clients object to the proposal that's on the property. Here we have an existing condition where houses were built right on the property line. And now what is being done is that condition is being exacerbated by the construction of a 3-story home on the property line immediately adjacent to my client's property, which will simply overwhelm the property. Approach is generally not acceptable, and planning in this neighborhood is not consistent. Now, intensification is a good thing. I'm oftentimes a proponent of intensification, and new building is good and regentrification is good, but the reality is there are some places where this doesn't belong. Page 5 of the plans dated March 5th that were submitted will show you the location of the window that my clients have a difficulty with. It's a 2-story window starting on the 2nd story going to the 3rd. And also with respect to the length of the building, I will show you that with one of the balconies where it says their landscape roof below.
Just a second, if I may interrupt, the page that you're referring to, could you tell us when we get to that?
Oh, sorry, go back. If I didn't, I wish I had it. One more back.
It's an elevation, is it?
Oh, sorry, go forward, sorry. Or one more, there, stop there. Yeah. So that one shows the length of the building. It shows the length where it says landscape roof below. There you have a building that's been increased in length. It's a large imposing wall that I emphasize is right on the property line, or right like only inches from the property line. It will be imposing. There are 2 balconies, one where it says landscape roof below, and there's a second one that is in the front of the building. Now, you heard some submissions that they're putting solar panels there, and I just want to talk about that. The concern I have is that it's not genuine the way that they're installing that. First, you'll see that and where it says bedroom there's an access door to the front area. And I think that this committee likely knows a little bit more about solar panels than I do, but solar panels face south. And they don't typically get placed on a roof that are going to be shaded by a tree. Now, there is a tree that is immediately in the, that is shown if you go back up to the second page of the plan where it shows the front, it says existing planting within municipal right of way. That is a significant tree that will shade that balcony. And my point is simply that they're not putting solar panels there. They're going to put them on the roof, on the third story roof, and they're going to be using that balcony for purposes that would be suitable for a balcony that is 500% larger than that which is permitted. So you've got a significant balcony that is 7 square meters facing my client's building that is used as a workaround. You've got a length of a building that is significantly longer than what is permitted by the bylaw. And you have a 3-story building that is built right on the property line, all of which compound to overwhelm my client's property. That kind of an approach to planning isn't appropriate. You've got a design that has solar panels in it that simply just will not work, even if they are in fact installed. It's just a plan that shows, a combination of an overwhelming plan that is too large for the property on which it's proposed, in the community in which it's proposed. There's nothing like this in this community with this size and scale and overbuilding. And you've got a disingenuous balcony put on the front of the plan. And to be clear, this is not a criticism of the choice of design, something that I think often forms too much of the concern in these applications. Variation in design is a good thing. What our clients have is concern over the impacts of the choices made to put too much on a too small space. Our clients tried to work with the neighbors to address their concerns, but were unable to get any response.
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
And I just note finally that the objections that have been, or the letters in support that have been filed are from nowhere near this. The letters that are objecting to this property are all the immediately surrounding properties. So I ask that you find that this is not minor, not desirable, does not meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw, and generally does not represent good planning. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Are there questions for this speaker panel? Okay, then. Moderator, that person was the only registered person standing by? Okay. At this point, then, we shall return to the agent, who will have an opportunity to comment on what was said by the speaker in rebuttal.
Yeah, so I'd like to first go to the, we can start with that site plan, drawing A100. So when we look at solar panels, part of what we can expect is that the west-facing side, and you can see north here, that the solar panels will receive a tremendous amount of light from the west side in the summertime. And solar panels function throughout the winter as well. That's part of the real benefit. When we need heating, that the solar panels are going to receive energy when that same deciduous tree no longer has its leaves and is receiving kind of full southern light along that edge. When we go to the second floor plan, if you will, drawing A200. So, A203, please. So part of what is an effective way of making use of solar panels is that when a solar panel is on an inaccessible roof, it can get dirty, and then you lose 20% of its efficiency. So adding a door to a place where you can maintain the solar panels is a really effective way to kind of boost its efficiency. And when you look at this building, the building has a kind of curving roof condition on the third floor, drawing A400. There's no intention that we're going to place solar panels on that curving facade, on that curving roof line. So they're placed in a place where they both get, solar panels get a lot of sunlight, and also they're accessible so that they can be maintained and kept clean and boost their efficiency. I'll ask you to go to drawing of the planning rationale, page 2 of that document. And then zoom in on the floor plan that's noted below. So part of what we're looking at, the drawing, the lines that are shown there on the kind of bottom of the page are the windows of the adjacent property. And what you see is that their view to those windows on the proposal are oblique. So the combination of both the planting and then also louvers that would limit views to be parallel to the louvers, kind of make sure that there isn't an issue of privacy through there. And in terms of a long facade, the strategy around breaking up the mass is to also limit the kind of length of the building. It isn't a long blank facade. And this length of the building occurs only at the second floor. The ground floor and certainly the third floor are smaller than the requested variance.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the applicant. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are the louvers that are adjacent to the south-facing landscaped roof, are they shown on some drawing, on a floor plan or something? Because I see the landscape roof, but I don't see any louvers.
No, the louvers were, when there was concerns from both parties about privacy and feeling that the landscape and the offsetting windows weren't enough, that part of what I offered everyone in the discussions was we could add louvers so that there was still this opportunity to kind of add green to a side yard that was otherwise kind of unplanted and still maintain privacy. So
where would the louvers be located?
They'd be located on the outside, and they would be a kind of fixed louver that maintain the control views essentially in the way that that diagram is describing.
Okay, so they're at the edge of the landscaped roof then.
That's right.
If we wanted to capture that in a decision, we'd say that the landscaped roof on the, is it the second floor, has privacy louvers on the south side?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, panel. I'm not hearing any further questions for the applicant, which tells me that we're ready to go into committee on this application. So let's go into committee now. If there are any comments or anyone is ready with a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very, very interesting design, and I think it addresses the street well, and it's attempting to add some interest to the street by working with volumes and open spaces. I do appreciate the concerns of the adjacent owners relative to privacy, and I believe that the applicant or the architect has already addressed those, but we perhaps need to capture them in any decision we make. So I would propose that any decision that this committee makes is subject or is conditional upon all glazing on the, I want to make sure I'm on the right side, on the north side of the, yes, on the north side of the building is to be in the form of glass block, and that the landscaped area on the second floor on the south side has privacy louvers along its southern exposure, or along its southern edge. I think with those changes, which, to be truthful, were all suggestions of the architect himself, I think this application fits very nicely into its particular site, and we have no trouble supporting it for approval.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to echo to some degree Carl's comments. I think there's some most interesting design, and the use of glass walls certainly allows for a lot of light, but it's insulated. It diminishes the impact of blank walls, especially large walls. So I think it's a really interesting design. There may not be many other three-story structures in the neighborhood, but this may be the first of many to come. Again, like Carl, I don't think there's anything in this application that prevents me from approving, being in favor of this application.
Okay. Is anyone ready with a motion on it? Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the two conditions that I just mentioned. I can state them again if you'd like, and that is that all glazing on the north side of the building is to be in the form of glass block, and that the landscaped roof recess that's on the south side of the building has got privacy fins, I guess we might say, along its south edge.
Very
or
good.
Shutters or whatever form. I'm not sure of a term that we could use that everyone would understand, but there are, I think fins would probably work.
Thank you. Could you repeat that word, please? We're just trying to capture it.
I said I'm open to another word. I think we were talking about shutters, but the concern I have is that sounds like the whole thing's closed. I would use the word fins unless the architect would prefer a different word.
We can use fins. The word you were using previously was louvers, was it not?
Yeah, that's fine as well. Louvers would be fine. Maybe that's more understandable.
We're going to use louvers to word the motion. Okay, then. So is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries. The application is so approved. And that clears us to go back now one application to number 33, where the moderator was endeavoring to connect with the agent, and we've done that now. So, agent, we invite you to join us by stating your name.
Jonathan Miskowski, Mr. Chair. Apologies, I thought I was in, but apparently I was somewhere else.
Okay. All right, this is, for everyone's information, this is item number 33, 621 Ossington Avenue. On this application, we are dealing with application materials, revised materials, June the 5th, 2 photographs, February, staff report, community planning, another one from city planning, one from transportation services. We have one piece of correspondence only, and that is a correspondence in opposition from 619 Ossington, which would appear to be next door. So, we have the agent with us. We do not have any registered speakers actually with us on standing by.
Jamie? I'm just going to the washroom.
Hello?
Just a second. Agent, is that someone speaking in your office?
Nope.
Okay, let's see if we can see who that is. We are mystified as to who that person was. If that person can hear me, and you're part of this meeting, then please state your name. Okay, that person appears to have come and gone. So, so to recap here, we have the agent with us on number 33. There's no one registered to speak in opposition. So, panel members, would you want a presentation or do you have questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the applicant, there's a transportation condition, and I'm just interested to know if you can, it says the applicant must set back the proposed parking pad to a minimum of 1.2 meters from the rear lot line, which means that you need to make some adjustments, I gather. Does that affect your variances?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knipfel, no, it does not. This is an extreme, I don't want to use the word extremely. This is a deep lot, about a 38-meter deep lot. So there's more than ample enough room to shift any parking back, and we do not have an issue with that condition from transportation.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a question about the balconies in the rear on the second and third floors. Is there only overlook into neighboring properties on the sides, on the presumably north and south sides?
There, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Byatt, yes, there could be. We would be happy with privacy screening if the committee chooses so. It's essentially, not to get into a full presentation because I don't think we're going there, but this would be a drastically different application if this were before you in a couple of months when the direction of council is finally moving forward with this type of a development. But no, we would not have an issue with privacy screening if you deem that necessary.
Thank you.
Okay. There are no further questions. Let's move to a motion. Ms. Chan? Ms. Chan, I think you're muted.
Yes, I was. I unmuted myself. Yes, I want to take on this one because I know this area quite well. I walk through it quite often. And the whole area is going through quite dramatic changes, I must say. And then there are condos, restaurants, and everything developed. I think this is an excellent design to take a property in the urban area and make it, the apartments actually quite nice and big and good. It's good quality apartments, and I think it's a good proposal. And I would like to support this for approval.
Okay, and there is a transportation condition. Do you want that to?
If I make a motion, I will include the conditions, that transportation condition, and also there's another condition.
Planning.
Planning, yeah. Community planning has another condition. It's tied to.
Sorry. Yes, I meant to. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the motion. I did say we would tie it to this because we did add a tree in the front yard. My apologies, committee.
Yeah, it's tied to the revised site plan, I think, and June 5th.
Yeah, would you be okay to add on privacy screening or opaque?
Oh yes, I think that you agree. Yeah, agree to that, right? It's on the first floor, on the
second and third floor, north-south sides.
South edges, yeah, 1.5 meters privacy screening.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Just make sure that staff have
three conditions
that down. They do. Okay. So we do have a motion. It needs a second if it's going to proceed. Does anyone second that? Mr. Byatt does. It is moved and seconded. To approve. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. Motion carries. Application approved. Thank you. Very good. We have done item 34. We hop to item 35, 215 St. Clarence Ave. On which application we have before us those materials submitted time of application. There are revised site plans June 7, 3 photographs of the property June 5th, cover letter from the agent June 7, and further presentation materials June 5. We have comment from City Planning and support in the form of 4 form letters from 212, 210, 217, and 209 St. Clarens Avenue. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating
Chair Committee. My name is Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Good afternoon. Or good evening, I guess. Yes, it's good evening to you. Okay. Panel members, on this application, do you have any questions for the applicant? No, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yes, please. I just wanted to ask if variance number 3 needs to be amended at all because of the planning staff report.
No, there was quite a bit of back and forth with community planning, and it was agreed that that variance would stand, but that their condition would be part of the approval. So it was understood that the backyard paving would be permeable, and I reissued the drawings to suit. So that's why it looks like a duplicate set of plans, but it was really the site plan with a note saying that the rear yard would be permeable paving.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if we could just change the wording of what you just said, because if you say the rear yard is to be permeable pavers, it would preclude you've got some planting, and I wouldn't want that to get lost. So perhaps another way of saying it would be that the paving shown in the rear yard would be permeable. Would that be okay with you?
Perfect. Yep, makes sense.
Okay, good. Further questions, panel? If not, we can move forward to a motion. Ms. Chen, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to wait for Sahid to ask the question. Is variance number 3 whether they can improve it, because it's very low, right? The soft landscaping.
Yeah.
Do they actually need them? If they're going to change it into permanent paver, means that it's going to be new work, right? So
Yeah.
can they actually increase the soft landscaping?
No, we talked about it with community planning, and if you look at the presentation material, they have a really small back garden. It's basically a small area to eat, and then a couple of sun chairs, and that's really it. So it's not a barbecue. So in order for them to be able to use that and also deal with snow, so they can access the garage at the back, it's kind of agreed that the best, fairest solution was to go with a permeable paver versus going, let's say with a lawn, which I don't think would work very well for them. So it was a kind of, and these also, I think it's worth mentioning that this household are strong gardeners. Their front garden is a thing of beauty, and they've gardened right the way all over the City Boulevard. They're pro, and they were completely on board with the permeable paving. So it was kind of we met in the middle with community planning.
Okay, thank you. So the answer is no, right? That's the best you can do now.
Yeah, I think it would be onerous for the owners to have to try to, let's say, make that lawn. I don't think it would work. I think the solution that was arrived at is fair and increases the.
Okay, let's let me ask you, staff, can you put up the site plan, please, zooming in on the backyard? I want to see how small the backyard is.
Very tiny.
All right, so it's not huge, but it's typically small. But because these are staunch gardeners, we can rest assured that those planters will remain soft landscaping. Is that right?
Yes, Absolutely.
All right. Anyone panel ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this was the only issue with this application, and I think, as Mr. Hudson has indicated, he's had good negotiations with the planning department to work out what I think is a reasonable solution, particularly as we're blessed in this case with gardeners. Those 3 planters will presumably be, as Mr. Hudson said earlier, things of beauty. I have no trouble endorsing the application as suggested by planning department. I'd like to suggest that it be tied to the site plan and that the paving noted on the site plan in the rear yard is to be permeable in nature.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor, please. Show hands. Vote unanimous to carry the application, or to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 36 is 1211 Woodbine Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of committee.
Good evening. You're the agent. I'm taking it. Stand by for a moment, please.
No problem.
Good
That's
evening.
correct.
Good evening to you. Okay. On this application before us, we have those materials submitted time of application. There are a revised set of plans June 7. Cover letter from the agent, June 7. Correspondence from the agent, March 30th. There's a parking justification letter, May 26. We have comment from Transportation Services, also from Community Planning. There is support from 49 Oak Crest. Interest or concern expressed in correspondence from 1203 Woodbine and 187 Coleridge. And there is opposition from 189 Coleridge and 1205 Woodbine. So we have the agent with us. Please state your name.
My name is Jane McFarlane. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting on behalf of the owner of 1211 Woodbine Avenue.
Very good. Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead now, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, the proposal before you today is to accommodate a 4-story mixed-use building, which would include 8 residential units and 150 square meters of commercial space at grade. In order to accommodate this building, we need 12 variances for height, FSI, parking, setbacks, angular plane protrusion, and balcony locations. My opinion that the proposed development is a modest redevelopment for an infill mixed-use building, which would accommodate new commercial space for this area and new residential units in this area. The property is located in a mixed-use area designation under the official plan. It's in close proximity to transit. It's about 800 meters north of the Woodbine station, and it's located on a major street, many of which have 4-story buildings already on that street, including right across the street from the subject site at 704 Mortimer, which is the northwest corner of Mortimer and Woodbine. The proposal, if you could just stay on the site plan, please. Perfect. Yeah, the proposal that has been carefully designed and has gone through several reviews with technical staff as part of a previous site plan control application, which was originally submitted in 2017. And we believe that the proposed design is appropriate and responds to both the street, the adjacent properties, and the neighborhoods to the east. The 4th story that requires a variance is recessed back from both the front and the rear main walls of the floors below. The proposed building is set back from the rear lot line by 7.5 meters. That's at grade second story, and the third story. And then it's set back an additional about 3 meters, have a setback of 11.45 meters at the fourth story. If you flip to drawing A3.0 for the committee, you'll see that the proposed building conforms with the angular plane. I'll just wait till committee gets there.
I'm sorry, what drawing number was that?
A3.0. There we go. You'll see an angular plane that's applied from the rear lot line. The building enclosed completely within that angular plane, except for a very small protrusion for a rooftop enclosure, which is a maintenance and repair enclosure only at the back of the building. But that does not contain any living space. And the rest of the building that does contain living space is contained within that angular plane. You also see on this elevation that there's no northward facing windows to the property adjacent to the north. And southward facing windows are on the second and third story only. And these are windows for bedroom and washrooms, not primary living windows. The proposed building is also set back from the south to maintain the existing shared right-of-way access, which is shared with the property to the south at 1205 Woodbine. With respect to the FSI variance, I'd like to note to committee that we are varying the residential FSI, not the overall FSI permissions for the property. The zoning bylaw permits 2.5 total FSI, which includes a maximum of 2.5 FSI for commercial or a maximum of 1.0 FSI for residential. We are varying the proposed residential GFA, which offends that 1.0 max FSI. But our total GFA is only 2.0, which is under the total allowance of 2.5 FSI for this site. In other words, if the proposed building was strictly a commercial 4-story building, no variance for FSI would be needed. I'd like to address the height variance as well. Again, pointing out to the committee that we do need a variance for the 4-story, both for metric and for story, but this is a property that is designated mixed use in the official plan. It's not a neighborhood's designation. There's many 4-story buildings on this street, and we have built and constructed the building.
I shall ask you now to make your final comment, please.
Certainly, so that it provides transition and compatibility with the neighborhood to the east. As I understand, there are some concerns from the neighborhood to the east. My summary opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act for minor variances.
Thank you very much. Panel members, we have 4 or 5 registered speakers standing by. Shall we go to the speakers first and then bring our questions to the applicant after? Okay, moderator.
John, you've been unmuted.
Okay, can I be heard? Can you hear me?
We do hear you, John. Please state your name.
My name is John Giannopoulos, and I am representing the owner on 1215 Woodbine Avenue, which is the building adjacent to 1211 on the north side.
Go ahead. You have the attention of the committee.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, number one. And the owner's concerns and sort of opposition are as follows. On the building that faces 1211 on the south side, there's currently a 16 to 18 inch gap between the two buildings that runs the entire length of the existing buildings. Understandably, these buildings have been there for more than 60 years. Now, that's not a concern for the 1211 that's proposing to build new, but it is an issue with 1215 as we have quite a few services that are in between this space. There's an electrical mast on the south side of 1215, about 2 or 3 feet from the edge of the building on the Woodbine that runs the length of the building and then enters below ground into the building. There's a gas meter that is located on the corner of that building. There's a gas line that runs the entire length of 1215 on the south side that enters, runs the entire length of the building and then enters underground and into the rear garage of 1215. There's hydro on that side also that runs along the side of the building, servicing the garage at the rear of the building. There's also 2 windows on that side of the building. And last but not least, looking at the drawings of the proposed building, the footings are right on the property line, which are basically touching the building on the north. And they are in a depth of 12.5 feet, okay? And this sort of sounds undoable, as there's the foundations for the 1215 building are much shallower than the proposed on 1211, and there's no way of shoring or supporting the footings and foundation walls of 1215. So those are the items that the owner wanted me to bring up on his behalf, and the opposition of building on the property line.
Okay, let's see if there are any questions for you. Panel members, any questions here? Okay, thank you, John. I'm not hearing any questions. We're going to move along now to the next registered speaker who is standing by.
Chris Jr., you've been unmuted.
I'm a lawyer. I am also the owner of 189 Coleridge. I would like to point out that
Just
my
a moment,
colleague...
please. Just a moment, please.
Yes.
You came on a little, just a half a second or two late. Would you mind stating your name once again, please?
My name is Chris Jr. I'm the owner of 189 Coleridge.
Okay.
I am also a lawyer.
Okay,
With me is my colleague, Lindsay Poole. He will be making the oral submissions on our behalf. Before she does so, I just want to point out one thing for the committee, and that is the letter in support delivered by 49 Oakcrest is not within the vicinity of the distribution area. And in the letter, the party mentions that their feedback should not be considered very strongly. At this point, I'd ask the moderator to unmute Ms. Poole so that she can deliver those submissions.
Ms. Poole.
Ms. Lindsay Poole, yes.
Did she register to speak?
I registered, and she is my colleague. She should be online as an attendee.
Hi there. Good evening, panel. I believe I've been unmuted. Can you hear me?
You're unmuted now, yes. Would you mind once again stating your name?
Excellent, of course. My name is Lindsay Poole, and as Chris mentioned, I'll be making submissions on behalf of himself and Miss Alexandra Sandler, who together own 189 Coleridge Avenue, and I'll just refer to them as the neighbors going forward.
Go ahead, please.
Great. So sorry, before I start, I just wanted to note a quick housekeeping matter. As the panel is aware, we submitted our detailed position in writing on June 7th. The materials that we relied upon should be hyperlinked in that document, but if they aren't accessible on your end, we're happy to provide those materials following our submission today.
You're not allowed to screen share. You can only refer to items that have been previously submitted, as indicated at the beginning of the hearing. Could you tell me when you sent these submissions in?
Yeah, absolutely. They should be in there. I noticed them earlier today when I accessed the link. It's from Mr. Chris Jr. We sent it in on June 7th. And I'll only be referring to items we've already submitted. I believe it's titled Letter of Objection, and there's two by that. That's the one there, yeah. Great.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Great. So in the time that I do have with you, I'd just like to briefly outline the neighbors' opposition to this application, specifically as it pertains to the numerous variances requested, which are contrary to the requirements of the four-part test set out in the Planning Act, of which this panel is familiar. So beginning with the significant nature of the variations, as you know, the application proposes the development of a building which would stand 4 stories tall, which is in direct violation of the bylaw prescribed 3-story maximum. Now, the surrounding neighborhood is characterized by low-rise properties, which are mainly only 2 stories high. I'll point out that the existing 4-story building identified by Ms. McFarlane is located on the corner of the street and is not adjacent to residential properties, and is therefore not comparable to the proposed development. So to that end, the bylaw's explicit 3-story maximum was thoughtfully tailored by the city to ensure that the integrity and enjoyment of use of this neighborhood is maintained, and we submit that it ought to be respected. Now, the panel will find on page 2 of our written submissions, where the Ontario Municipal Board stated that the increase of just a single story above a prescribed maximum would visibly dominate a streetscape and was not considered to be a minor variance to a bylaw. So we submit that that same logic ought to be applied to this application. At 4 stories tall, the proposed building will tower over many of its neighboring developments. It would change the entire landscape of this community and would stick out as a monstrosity in an otherwise cohesive neighborhood. This proposed variance is not a minor one, and we again submit that the 3-story limit should be maintained. I'll now address the proposed lot size and the significant concerns surrounding availability of vehicle parking that come with it. So as you may have read in our submissions, the application proposes a lot size that would be 65% greater than what the bylaw permits. Now, reasonably speaking, a change of 65% is not a minor variance. And with this becomes increased density. This building has the capacity to house 20 or more people, and the builder does not intend to offer a single parking space to these occupants, despite the bylaw's prescription to provide at least 2 spots, one of which is to be reserved for those with accessibility needs. And to make matters worse, the builder's application includes an intention to use the ground level as a commercial space. At present, we don't have any information as to what kind of operation will be in place here. This may result in other concerns, similar to those that the panel has already heard earlier today with respect to the proposed coffee shop on Roncesvalles Avenue. This unknown commercial space could create issues for residents that we have not yet even had the opportunity to consider. But keeping on the subject at hand, presumably there will be visitors and employees of this operation that will also require parking. So where does the builder expect these residents and attendees of the commercial site to source parking from? Where will any person be able to deliver to the commercial space and park to do so? There is no parking in the vicinity of the site. Current residents of the community already find it nearly impossible to find parking in proximity to their homes, and this will only further aggravate that issue. We'd like to note in the written submissions of Mr. PJ Faraghy, which I believe you already had on the screen earlier, the shared concerns of other neighbors with respect to parking are set out in his submission in detail, and we'd just like to note that we support his submissions on this subject completely.
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just refer you to the City of Toronto report for action, which is cited in our materials, where it's explicitly stated that new developments still have to provide adequate parking on site and should not assume that residents will be able to park on the street. By failing to provide any on-site parking, the builder has clearly no intention of complying with either of these requirements. And finally, panel, I'll just take a quick moment to point out for you.
I'm sorry, your time is now up.
Fair enough. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker, if there are any. No, I'm not hearing any, so moderator, please carry on.
PJ, you've been unmuted. Okay, I'm gonna skip.
Oh, can anyone hear me now?
We hear you. We hear your voice clearly. Please state your name.
Super. Thank you, guys. My name is PJ Feary. My address is 1205 Woodbine Avenue. I'm the neighbouring lot on the south side of the proposed development. So thanks for taking the time to hear me out today. So I just have a couple of things I'd like to highlight in relation to the development. A lot of it has already been covered, so I'll try to be brief and not repeat everything that's said. As kind of was stated just beforehand, I do have a right-of-way on this property between 1205 and 1211. That has been highlighted already. The development in its current path, without any established parking, I do have major concerns about that right-of-way being respected and remaining clear and safe for my exit out of my own property and entrance into the property. If there's zero parking for what can be up to like 12 bedrooms that are expected here, so anywhere between 12 and 24 occupants that have visitors, that have deliveries, that have moving schedules, that have all of that regular activity you'd expect with a multi-dwelling unit like this. Not to mention the commercial building that will have deliveries and employees and visitors and everything else that goes along with that, customers. Any parking that will block that facility will make it extremely difficult for that right of way to be respected. In front of 1205, there's a hydrant, so on-street parking is not viable. In front of 1211, they'd be blocking either the road or a parking lane. A bike lane, apologies. So any way around zero parking is going to create obstructions for my own property and for the neighborhood. So I do have serious considerations around the lack of access of the property, the nearby conditions for travel. While they're useful and everybody in the neighborhood will appreciate that having access to subways and everything is great, it's not appropriate for a development in my mind that has 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms where we would expect family units to exist, co-inhabit, and that we would expect rationally that people would be visiting on a regular cadence. So not applying any zero parking or EV charging solutions into the neighborhood, I think is a step backwards. I think that's kind of the major drawback I would see with the development. I do have issues as well with the size of the development, taking up the footprint of the lot that exists today. It's coming right up to the right of way, and it's going to basically, between the height and the volume of the building, it's going to completely dominate the site. It's 4 stories tall. It's going to cast us in shadows. It's going to cut off a lot of natural light to our current building. We're going to have windows on the south-facing wall of 1211 that are looking into our common dwelling areas, looking into kids' bedrooms. It's very, very close for the conditions of that proposed building. So I do have concerns about the height and the density of the proposal. I do one other small consideration, and it is somewhat minor. For the volume of units that are going to exist between the commercial residence and 8 residential units, simple mechanical things like bins going out on for disposal will have upwards of 16 bins floating around in front of the building that building's own front footprint couldn't succumb to, so it's likely to spill over again, blocking the right of way. And so there's, what else did sorry guys, I'm getting a little flustered. The building on the north side, yeah, just as it was already mentioned, I believe, but the 1215, the north building is on the plans to show a 1-story brick building. It is in fact a 2-story brick building, as was mentioned, with rear-facing windows. So in line with variance 10, it only describes the distance between the walls and the lot unit for my building on the south side, and it doesn't explain the deviation of those windows on the north side. I'll cut it off there, guys. I don't want to keep repeating what everyone else has said, but I appreciate the time today for hearing us out.
Thank you very much for your comments. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Do we have further speakers, moderator? Okay, go ahead.
Priscilla, you've been unmuted.
Hi, this is actually Priscilla's husband, Daniel, and I don't have any more further comments. I just want to echo what PJ had spoken earlier, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to try and contact John McCartney. He's our final speaker. Let me just give him a phone call because I know he wanted to speak.
We'll stand by while you do that. Go ahead.
At 9. I can't take your call right now. Please leave me a brief message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Very good. Okay. So we're just trying to make a connection with a speaker that we have reason to believe wants still to take advantage of his 5-minute time allotment. So we'll give it one more try.
At 9. I can't take your call right now. Please leave.
Okay. Okay. So I think we're not going to be able to get that speaker. So at this stage, we'll return to the agent on this application, who will now have an opportunity to comment on those submissions made by those in opposition in rebuttal. And he'll have 5 minutes to do so, and would ask the agent to confine your remarks to the topics raised by the speakers. Agent, join us again, please.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will address the comments in the order that they were made. With respect to the comments from the property owner to the north and existing utilities in between the existing buildings, I would note that all construction permits will have to go through the city, and any proposals for any change to existing utilities for the proposed development will need to be approved and vetted with staff who go through that process. It's less of a planning matter, more of a construction matter. With respect to the comments made on behalf of 189 Coleridge, Ms. Poole and Mr. Junior, I do note that these comments were made from on behalf of a property owner that's on the east side of Coleridge, and that property does not share any lot lines with the subject property. Many of the references that were made in the letter authored by Mr. Junior had references to case law that were different situations, in by that they were dealing with cases that were for properties designated residential in the official plan. And a lot of the details of those case law dealt with prevailing character. Again, I repeat for the committee, this is a property that's designated mixed use, different from the adjacent properties designated neighborhoods. With respect to Ms. Poole's comment about lot size, I believe she was mistaken. There is no variance related to lot size. I believe it was a comment to refer to the proposed FSI and the relation to parking. The proposed FSI for the commercial GFA on the property is 150 square meters. The bylaw does not require any parking for that commercial space. Anything under 200 square meters, there's no parking required. There are two visitor spaces required for the residential component. The parking justification that has been submitted has justified why it's appropriate to vary the requirement for the two visitor spaces. The property is in close proximity to the Woodbine station. And as well, we all know that the city is moving towards a direction of reducing the dependency on surface parking spaces in favor of more appropriate intensification and better use of area. With respect to the comments made from the adjacent owner to the south, 1205 Woodbine Avenue, there will be no parking on the right-of-way, as that paved aisle is not going to lead to anything on the subject property. There's no parking spaces in the back. There's no loading spaces in the back. A car is not going to get anywhere by coming on to that portion of the property. There will be no risk with parking vehicles on that southern portion of the subject property. And furthermore, it's a legal right-of-way and must stay free and clear, both above grade and below grade, for perpetuity. Also, with respect to 1205's concerns about heightened windows looking south at their property, I had commented for the committee previously that windows are being restricted on the 4-story, and any windows are on the 2nd and 3rd, which are permitted as of right, as there's no variance for windows on that portion. It's the 4-story we're seeking a variance for. And with respect to comments about the bins, you'll see on the site plan that the proposed building has adequate area for storage of waste bins, both for the commercial and the residential portion at the rear of the building. They will be kept in an enclosed portion of the building, away from the property lines, away from the adjacent residents, and they will be brought out by the superintendent on garbage pickup day for pickup on Woodbine Avenue. And I believe that concludes all of the comments raised today for this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panel members, your opportunity now. Questions? Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead. Mr. Nipfel, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. With reference to the questions about the right-of-way to the south, the residential garbage is stored on the first floor, and then in order to get it out for pickup, there's a roll-up door on the west side. I'm presuming that all those garbage containers have to use the right-of-way to get to the front of the building. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
So how are you going to, you got more garbage than you had space for, what would you do to prevent it being stored in the right-of-way?
These buildings have been, the garbage enclosure areas have been designed in accordance with solid waste management protocol. They are, in usual purposes, larger than the type of storage that you would actually need. But if there's additional storage, for a day or 2 days, bins or boxes can be placed on top of the location of the existing bins that are shown on this site plan within the building. So they don't need to be stored outside adjacent to the neighbors.
Thank you.
Any further questions, panel? I'm not hearing any, so it would appear to be time to get Mr. Nipfel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notwithstanding the applicant's contention that there are other four-story buildings on the street, the only one in close proximity that I'm aware of is on a triangular piece of property northeast, and it's a slightly different arrangement with relative to adjacent uses. But I don't see that there's anything else other than two-story units, even though some of them may be commercial. They're all 2 stories in height. The obligation here is on the applicant to show us why the bylaws are inappropriate for this particular site and why they should be varied. And with that in mind, I have to say I haven't heard anything that has convinced me that variance number 1, which is allowing a 1-story addition over the 3-story bylaw, and variance number 5, the building height. I haven't heard any reasons for the bylaws to be adjusted in those 2 areas. So without evidence to convince me otherwise, I'm really unable to support variance number 1 and variance number 5.
Okay. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, just following up Carl's point, I just Googled the area. It's actually right opposite the opposite corner where I think is on Woodbine, but it's called Mortimer
So
Road. That's
Mortimer and Woodbine.
Yes, that's the series of townhouses that actually is 4-story high, and it's quite the massing is a lot. I mean, there are quite a few houses joined together, right? This is townhouses. So I think that is an example of 4-story in the area. That's all. That's an observation.
Mr. Chairman, in fairness, I already noted that, and as did one of the objectors, that is the anomaly in the area, but the condition is slightly different.
Okay. Mr. Byatt, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Notwithstanding the comments made by Mr. Niffel about not having evidence, I think Woodbine, as one of the major thoroughfares in the city, is in the process of being transformed, as we know, with so many of the main arteries in the city. There's excellent public transportation, so parking is not a big issue. And I do take to heart all the various comments that people in opposition have made. But I think 4-story buildings are going to be the norm in the city, especially in along major thoroughfares, Danforth, Queen Street, etc. We see a lot of that height. This is not a skyscraper. It's nowhere near what we see in other parts of the city with this intense densification. So I am of the opinion that this is a suitable construction in this particular neighborhood. It will provide, I believe it was 6 apartment units. The balconies are all recessed, so there's no overlook issues, privacy issues. So I'm inclined to support the application as presented.
Thank you very much. From my point of view, I think first of all the building generally being sited on Woodbine is desirable and appropriate and in line with the nature of the street. Just down the road 150 feet, there is a bus stop that goes down, and from there 800 meters only down to the Woodbine subway station. It's Woodbine is a major thoroughfare. I would be able to go along with this application either as a 3-story or 4-story. I know we want to try to allow as many units as possible to address the housing issue, but I also, in sensitivity to the neighbors, I can see the 3-story limit being held. So I would be able to support it as either a 3 or 4-story building. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I'd just like to add to this in terms of the planning of the site. I think it's a very good use of the site. If you look at the existing condition, it is really abandoned, a little of like a parking space for the old defunct auto repair shop. And I think that with this development, actually, it create good quality apartment. But also when you look at the planning, it leaves about 24.5 feet between in the backyard. So there's quite a space, a separation to the other residential property. And I think that it's a good design, and it's just increase another one story. And I think in the area, it can take another story increase.
You think it can handle the fourth story?
I think it can,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
right across, as I say, across the street, those are townhouses. They actually have 4-story with a pit roof.
Yeah.
So in terms of the height, it's actually higher than this proposed building anyway.
I can see that too, how it can handle the fourth story. Yep. Okay, is anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
So with no further ado, I would like to move for approval. Can you remind me if I miss any conditions?
Just planning conditions, Yam.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The planning condition. There are 3 conditions there. Yeah. So with that, I will move for approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to approve the application. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Those opposed. Let the record show that Mr. Nipfel is in dissent. The result of the vote is a 3-to-1 vote. The motion is carried, and the application is thereby approved. Thank you very much. And the panel moves on to number 37. On number 37, 55 Mon Crescent, the panel has before it material submitted, time of application. There's revised site plan March 30th, June the 8th, another revised site plan. There's one photograph of a tree on the property. There's a planning rationale letter from the agent June 2nd, email correspondence from the agent June the 8th. We do have comment from city planning, and there is correspondence in support from 59 Mon, and a 3-signature petition in support from 53, 57, and 59 Mon Crescent. So I'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vinny Losam. I'm the owner's agent for the requested minor variances.
Thank you very much. Panel members, on this application, do you have any questions to put to the agent?
Just one, if I may, Chair. I wonder if the agent could just address variance number 4.
Sure thing. So that is in relation to the ancillary structure. No, sorry. So the soft landscaping, right?
That's the one.
Yeah. So in this case, we're actually improving the current situation. The existing rear yard soft landscaping is currently 32.06%. Whereas the proposed rear yard soft landscaping will be 39.88%, and that works out to be 17.81 square meters. Just for a bit of a further information, in order to achieve the minimum required landscaping of 50%, we will need to provide 22.34 square meters of soft landscaping and it is only 4.53 square meters above of what we're proposing here. Yeah, so it's
Okay, I have a question for you. I'll ask staff to put up the site plan, please. And my question to you is how does the lot configuration and shape, does that cause any constraints for you? How has the lot shape affected your proposal?
quite a bit actually, because as you can see there, they are a skewed lot configuration. The house is pushed back quite significantly, which makes quite difficult for us to oblige to the rear yard setback. But we were very mindful of our proposal, and as you can see here, we did not push our rear addition any further back than our neighbors at 53 MAUGHAN. And as you can see, there are neighbors at 53, their rear setback is quite smaller in comparison to ours.
Yes, I see that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Just in the, if I may just add to a question, in the rear you've got an existing walkway, which presumably is hardscape, but you've also got proposed walkway right at the back. Would you be okay with that proposed walkway condition that it be that you use permeable pavers for that?
Would you be able to clarify exactly where the walkway referring to? Because it's the whole rear it's now to be soft landscaping.
There's a space I'm looking at. Bear with me. I'll just tell you which. I'm looking at site plan. So on the site plan, if you look to the left of the plan, you've got existing softscaping, then you've got a little bit of, I think, proposed softscaping. And just in between proposed softscaping and the existing, you've got proposed walkway.
Oh, that's the front.
Oh, I beg your pardon. That's the front, not the rear. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this site is a very challenging one because it's a sandwich between Dundas and Mom.
It is, yes.
So the question is, would you be ready to treat the proposed walkway with permeable pavers?
I believe so. Like I don't foresee that as being an issue.
Okay.
Thank you. That would be great.
And Mr. Nipfel, your question, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's relevant to look at the site plan again. It's a very challenging site, and the backyard's very small, and it's for the most part soft landscaping. But to compensate for that, although there's a problem at the back, if you look at the front, that's a much more ample front yard than you get in most properties. And I think that the amount of landscaping that's going to be located or constructed between the sidewalk and the front wall of the building more than compensates for the deficiency that's noted in the rear yard. I mean, I don't think when we talk about rear yard and front yard soft landscaping, we're looking at percolation of the soil. And it seems to me that in totality, this property has a reasonable amount of landscaping to absorb water. So I frankly am not concerned with the walkway at the front, and I'm not concerned with the deficiency at the back, in large part because of the size of the lot, the size of the front yard.
Okay. Are there any further questions for the applicant, or can we go into committee here? Let's go into committee. Okay. And we can move right to a motion or comments if you like, but is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go forward with one. So I'd like to move motion to approve. And as the applicant has agreed that there's no problem with the front walkway utilizing permeable pavers for that part, I'd like to add that in. I believe planning has conditions, and I believe that's it.
Okay. And that is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 38, 169, Waverley. We're looking at application materials, an arborist report from March. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry on 2 dates. And we have 6 form letters in support from occupants at 160, 162, 167, 171, Waverley. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Hi, good evening. My
Good
name
evening.
is Nina Fant, and I am the architect and agent for 169 Waverley Road.
Good evening to you. Okay. Panel members, questions for Nina Fant? Not hearing any. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very minor application, I would suggest. The variances are small. The architect's solution is a reasonable one. It respects the context and it has the support of both adjacent neighbors. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you. That motion has a second, Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. All in favor, please show hands. Motion carried. The application is approved.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 39 is 144 Brookside Avenue. And we're looking at materials submitted at application time. We have a revised cover letter, June 13th, from the agent. There's supporting material from the agent, May 22nd. We have correspondence, both in support and opposing. In support from 154 Brookside, and opposing from 142 Brookside. Okay, agent, join us, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application.
Good evening to you. Okay, panel members, any questions here? Anyone would like a presentation or questions for the... I'm not hearing any. No. Okay, is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is an extremely minor application. The floor space index increase is very minor. I don't see any issues with this particular application. I'd like to move approval, and I don't think there are any issues at all.
I don't see any conditions, no.
No conditions.
Ms. Chan, Ms. Chan is seconding? Okay, so it is moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please. Show hands. That vote is unanimous. Motion carries. Application approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Number 40, 519 Greenwood Ave. And the only materials here that the committee is considering are those submitted at the time of application, plus 2 photographs of the property, March 27. Agent, join us, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, my name is Fadil Jassim. I'm the agent of the 519 Greenwood Avenue.
Good evening to you. Okay. Panel members, questions? Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this on. It's asking for a 5% increase in FSI. I think it's very minor, and I don't think it will increase any negative impact. So I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt seconds your motion. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. Thank you. So
Thank you so much.
that vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is thereby approved.
Thank you so much.
Number 41. A, B, and C. 8 Wheeler Avenue. Also involving 8A Wheeler, Part 1, and 8B Wheeler Avenue, Part 2. The materials before us in this case are application materials, draft plan of survey, revised site plans, May 12, arborist report, consultant report, Adam Brander, March 27, presentation materials from the agent, June 7. We have comment from city planning, from transportation engineering. We have staff reports from engineering and construction, from urban forestry, and from city planning. In support, 5 form letters. 5, 9, 12, 46, 48, Wheeler Ave. Opposition, the following. 212 Queen East. Also from 212 Queen East, Unit 206. Unit 301. Unit 303. Unit 305. 306. From the Condominium Corporation at 2012 Queen Street East. From Unit 201 at 2012 Queen East. And from Unit 205, 2012 Queen East. That correspondence in opposition. So we shall have the agent join us here, please.
Adam Brander, you've been unmuted.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is, our address is 260 Carla Avenue, Unit 202D, and I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 8 Wheeler Avenue.
We'll ask you to state your name once again, please. We did miss it.
My name is Adam Brander.
Very good.
Brander Architects.
Okay. Mr. Brander, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The current existing lot at the subject site has a frontage of 15.24 meters or 50 feet and is effectively a double lot for the area, most appropriate for a consent to sever application. This proposal is for 2 new houses where one currently exists and includes a basement suite in each dwelling, incrementally adding to the range and number of housing options within the neighborhood. We've worked closely with city staff to come to a proposed design that satisfies the planning, transportation services, ECS, and other authorities having jurisdiction. The property owners have engaged with the immediate neighbors in communication about the project, which garnered support letters, as the chair has described, at 12 Wheeler immediately to the north, 5 and 9 Wheeler directly across the street, and a few others. There are 4 total variances common between the 2 proposed dwellings. One is for the rear main wall height. If we could look to the site plan that I see is up. This variance relates to the rear wall of the 3rd floor level only The call out relating to this extent of the third floor points to the location of this wall inset almost half the extent or length of the house. The rear wall is in a location nestled between the adjacent houses, and it's felt this would not constitute any negative impact. The front yard setback is proposed at a location that is aligned with the current existing house. Each proposed house is aligned with one another and appropriately established at a setback between the setback differential of the adjacent neighbors at 6-wheeler and 12-wheeler. And this is the general intent that the zoning bylaw prescribes. The FSI is proposed at 1.09 and 1.11 for each of the properties. The slight difference is a product of some design differences between the houses, which add to the desirability of each house. And these design differences carry on to the facades for a more desirable variable street edge condition. If we can refer to support material, please, on sheet 2. We've included ample precedent on Wheeler itself for comparable and larger density approvals in the area, and other precedents additional to this on nearby and neighboring streets that the proposal is keeping with. Further justification in support of the FSI aspect of the proposal specific to this site can be referenced on support material sheet 3. If we go one down, it would include its location just 2 properties north of Queen, a major street with greater existing density context. The subject site is highlighted in green. It can be seen in the immediate context, perhaps on the same latitude as 5- and 6-story buildings referenced in yellow. They're approximated to have densities at the 4.0 and up range. If we go down to support material sheet 4, it shows a building depth analysis. So even though there's no depth variance being applied for here, I feel it's helpful to show that the depth is within the established range on the street. And with no depth variance, no building height variance, no building setback variances, it would appear to demonstrate a good built form fit. One exception for setback is on the North 8B property at the 2nd floor middle bedroom. It projects towards the 8A property only and compartmentalizes the impact from any other neighbors. If we just slide down to support material sheet 5, the street elevation shows this one area just located between the proposed houses on the 2nd floor. With a limited number of variances and supporting justification, neighbor engagement and support, support from planning, ECS, transportation services, we felt this proposal would render an appropriateness and a desirability with regard to the zoning bylaws and the official plan. Also, on revisiting the plans leading to the hearing, we reviewed the intent and nature of the rear 3rd floor level deck. It was felt the intent as an outdoor respite off the primary bedroom for the couple could be achieved with considerable setback introduced from the rear of the house. And we've proposed a setback of 11 feet in this regard. And while this would at the same time address any privacy concerns.
I shall ask you now to make your final comment, please.
Yeah, planning has been made aware of this reduction. It can be found in the late material folder, and this is obviously complete with privacy screening on north and south sides to mitigate any impact whatsoever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair, just to clarify for the committee members, the revised plans were submitted in the very, very late folder past the late deadline, so it would not have been in your supplemental agenda package. It was submitted in the very, very late folder.
Okay.
And we have those plans on the screen.
So we're dealing with those plans on the screen, but we don't have them in our packages.
Correct, and from what the agent was indicating, the only change was to setting back the deck. It doesn't change any of the variances.
Okay. Thank you very much. Panel member, we have, just for your information, so you know what we're going to be hearing, we have about 6 speakers registered to speak. Mr. Knipfel, do you have questions now?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important. The a number of the speakers are going to speak about the deck. And what we've got has the deck set back 20 feet, well, the deck extends for 20 feet on the back of the property. If Mr. Brander's revision changes that substantially, I think we should see it, and I think the people in opposition need to see it as well.
And let's ask his comment while he's with us. Mr. Brander, you hear we want to get clarity here for everybody's sake. Can you comment on that, please?
Certainly, to you, Mr. Chair. The staff has the side setback elevation up on the screen. So we've pulled back the third floor deck to be tighter to the floor that extends to about the halfway point of the existing building length, and this was to the satisfaction of the intent of the deck, and we feel it also addresses all the setback concerns that there may be.
Okay, so this is the proposal as it stands now for everyone's information. Okay, very good.
And could we also see the floor plan? I suspect, Mr. Chairman, that as people speak, they're going to want to look at both of those drawings.
That's floor plan for the third floor?
Yeah, and you just see the deck is a lot smaller.
Okay. And shall we, while we have the agent with us, shall we ask about privacy screening?
We already talked about it.
Okay. Further questions, panel, at this time, or shall we go along and hear from those that are registered and standing by? Let's do that. Okay, moderator, first speaker, please.
Dan McDonald, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. I'm really here as an interested party. I guess a couple of concerns. One is the height variance.
Dan, I need you for the record, please, to state your name.
Oh, okay, this is Dan McDonald.
Very
I
good.
live at 13 Wheeler across, it's immediately east of the proposed development. So,
go ahead.
I'm speaking here mostly as an interested party. My concerns are the height variance. And because we're immediately opposite, and so the sun does set behind these buildings in our winter months. So I believe that there's a slope that will help address that, but maybe they could speak to that. And I guess the other concern I have is we have front yard parking that's very tight, and I don't know if there's, to make sure that during construction that we still have consistent access to our front yard parking during the construction process. But other than that, I'm just an interested party to see this proposal.
Thank you very much.
The one thing I would say is, he said it was communicated. We did not receive any communication about what was going in until the day before the submissions were due. So, I don't have any major objections, but we did not know about what was exactly being proposed until then.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Questions, panel, for this person? No. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Mark, you've been unmuted. Mark?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Clearly, yes. State your name, please.
My name is Mark Guslitz. I'm a resident at 2012 Queen Street East, the property that, is nearby.
Tell us about your concerns and how this would impact you.
Certainly I will. And candidly, because I'm only just seeing some information that I didn't have before, some of my concerns are mitigated by what I am seeing. And I didn't really have an opportunity to redirect them. So my letter of objection may contain some material that I now see is not necessarily a problem. My initial problems were in terms of the intensification and the density addition. within the neighborhood. But I also was led to believe that this was a multi-story building with that was 5 stories, and now I see that it's 4 essentially, 3 out of the ground and 1 below. And I believe they're 2 single-family homes with apartments in the basement. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly from
You can put that question to the agent. He'll answer it later on.
Yes. Okay. My concern then is kind of focused on the fact that as I look at the remainder of the block to the south of this property, there are 2 single-family homes, and then there's some commercial development that leads towards Queen Street East. There seems to be, and I haven't seen any evidence of an overall planning approach for what's to follow, because the context of this seems to be that just somewhat uniquely ad hoc and not in the middle of the block, but certainly along a residential street, there will be 2 rather large homes that will be built on what is now a large double lot. Leaving the properties to the south still remaining development, I suppose, or maybe the people there will continue to live there. But I was hoping that I would see from the planning department, as we begin to intensify neighborhoods as per, what seems to be the city's decision as regard increasing our housing stock, things like this, it concerns me that this will begin to happen in a somewhat ad hoc fashion, perhaps up Wheeler Street and other streets in the beaches. And I was hoping that I might see some overall game plan for how this would work into the neighborhood and work into, the single-family homes to the south, and whether those will follow, and we will begin to build up the density all the way down to Queen. Again, I have no necessary concern about the density intensification. I just, it seems to come as we begin to intensify our neighborhoods. I'd like to have seen more of what might follow and what the approach might be to make this more cohesive. I'm also, I guess, a little concerned that as the city begins to grant allowances to homeowners to intensify in this way, there's no requirement whatsoever that there be any affordability. I mean, the city was looking to increase affordability across the board by increasing housing, and yet here's an owner that will be allowed to essentially increase the value of the property, build new homes, I assume for sale. No affordability being added to the neighborhood, no things that, to me, are what the city should get back in return for granting this kind of density increase. So those were the main concerns I had remaining. The others were regarding overlook and the balcony, etc. Don't really concern anymore. There is a groundwater problem in our neighborhood that I'm sure this will exacerbate, and certainly there's a parking problem that this may exacerbate, but my main concern is the overall approach. That's it.
To listen to your message, press
Patrick, you've been unmuted.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. I
Would you state your name, please, just to get us started?
My name is, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Patrick Davies. I live at 2012 Queen Street, apartment 206, and I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association here on the board of directors. And we received late notice of this development, and it didn't get to all of the people who dwell here. There being 12 units. 6 of these units have windows facing to the north. One of the things that when we had an opportunity to talk to some of the other owners here is that this is constantly being referred to as a 3-story home. It says that on the posting at the property, and it also says that on all the materials that we've received. When in fact this is a 4-story building, 3-story homes on top of a first floor apartment. So why is it being referred to as a 3-story building when it is, you can see from the drawings that are in front of me, it is a 4-story building. And the prospect of a deck on what would be the 4th floor of this building would look over nothing other than bedroom windows and other windows. Those on the east side of Belfair and the windows that face north in our building here. I was pleased to see that there is some mitigation of that with screens, but I don't think the screens would block the view to the south looking over our building, and the privacy concerns and the intrusion upon this building, I think, is of concern to all those units that indeed face north. I think Mark also touched on the density. I think the floor space that's being built relative to the area of the property is virtually double what is permitted, which is not a minor variance. This is somewhat significant. And the height of the building is, what, 10 feet or 2.5 meters greater than what is allowed, I think, under the zoning or the bylaws governing this. Now, the one that you just showed with the yellow properties, maybe you could go back to that. No, the yellow buildings, it's that one, yes. The building, the big building to the right is was the Belfair Church. It is a condo corporation. The other one on Queen Street, the smaller one, is Toronto Standard Condo Corporation 1711. There are 12 units in here, 12 of which are residences, and there are 2 commercial units which just face onto Queen Street. The overall concern of the owners here is that it is 4 floors, and whether that brings into question things like sprinkler systems or being required, as are located in the 2 yellow buildings. Also, as Mark said, there is a huge problem, which the city is very aware of groundwater seeping into basements, in particular, both of our buildings that are on facing Queen Street. And if this is a 4-story development and rather than a 3-story development, does it require a geotechnical, a hydrogeotechnical report to make sure that any changes in the groundwater, which, as everyone knows, is very significant in this area, is being dealt with properly? So they are our major concerns. Just checking my notes here. Yeah, the letters in support of this, which came from homeowners on Wheeler, 2 are across the street, 2 are way north of here, and 1 adjacent to this at 12. They are all the same form letter, clearly written by one of them or someone who has distributed them and sent them each of them to this committee. So I don't know whether they are fully aware when they agreed to send this in of the overall height and the impact that it would have. If they've been considering this as a 3-story development as advertised, maybe they should be given the opportunity to review this as a 4-story building.
I shall ask you now for your final comment, please.
Well, the comment is that it's a 4-story building. There's a skybox on the back that is able to see in only windows. Doesn't provide a view of the lake or Kew Gardens or anything other than adjacent windows. So I'd like to see this distributed so that everybody who is commenting is fully aware that this is not a 3-story house or 2 3-story houses. It is, in fact, 2 4-story buildings under which there is a basement.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Panel members,
Thank you.
questions for this speaker?
I'm sorry?
I was addressing the panel, sorry. I was addressing the panel, see if they had questions for you, but I'm not seeing any. Moderator, do we have an additional speaker?
Margaret, you've been unmuted.
On behalf of the building.
Margaret, I hear your voice. This is Chair. Would you mind stating your name, please?
My name is Margaret Dooner. I live at 2012 Queen Street East, Unit 301, but I'm not prepared to speak today.
Okay.
I'm not speaking. I'm only
Okay.
listening.
But that's fair enough. Okay. All right then. So, moderator, status now of our speaker list.
We still have one more speaker. I've been trying to contact Stuart McKinnon, who's speaking in interest, and I haven't had much luck. And I believe I just got Mel. So let's speak with Mel.
Satisfied with your message.
Okay, no Mel.
Okay, so we do have who joining us?
We have Cynthia McCall.
Cynthia McCall.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
I'll try to get in contact with Stuart McKinnon, but as of now, we just have Cynthia McCall.
Okay, we'll have Cynthia McCall join us then.
Cynthia,
Good evening. I'm the property manager at this site. My name is Cynthia McCall, and our homeowners are. You've heard Patty, who was the president.
Cynthia,
yes.
let me ask you, when you refer to this site, you're going to need to identify that with an address,
Oh,
please.
sorry, 2012 Queen Street East.
Thank you very much.
TSCC 1711. So a lot of the residents at the back are quite concerned about a privacy issue. There seems to be two points here. The privacy issue, which may be mitigated by that change with shortening up the deck and the privacy screens. The other issue, again, is the water flow. We are greatly concerned because when we have heavy rains in the spring, we have a tendency to have water in the basement, and it is not ingress from a bad wall or waterproofing, as we have done multiples at. It seems to be groundwater that is coming up. And the concern here is by this building, the 2 buildings, being as high and as tall as they are, as well as the basements, again, has there been a study to see how these new basements put in may redirect the water flow? That this area suffers from, not just our building, but other buildings in the area, from flooding basements and garages.
Thank you. Okay. That question, Cynthia, we will hope that the applicant can address that. Any questions of this speaker, panel members? Not hearing any. Moderator, are there speakers yet to be heard? That does complete our...
Mel Fiddler, you've been unmuted. Mel Fiddler, you've been unmuted.
You think we have Mel? Don't think so. Okay. Okay. So the moderator has made a valiant attempt here to contact all those who are registered, and I think we've done as well as we can do. So, at this stage, we will be giving the agent an opportunity to comment in rebuttal on the concerns that have been raised by the many speakers we did hear, and I'll ask the agent to confine remarks to those issues that were raised by the speakers. Let's go back now to the agent, who will have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to respond in the order in which they were heard. So I'll start with Dan's comments at 13 Wheeler. If we could look at support material, the final sheet of the elevation drawing for this. So just as the houses face the street, there's actually no height variances on this elevation. So they're fully within the permitted height and size for the bylaws. I guess the height variances refined to that rear wall of just the third story. That's instead of sloping the wall like a roof, we've set it back about half the distance into the house so that it really mitigates the impact that way, but technically triggers a rear wall height variance only. The overall building height's conforming. And with the street encroachments, there's no permitted street encroachments for during the construction of the house outside the purview of the committee. But yeah, they'll be staging on the site, on the property. And in regards to the mailing date, I guess it came up in some of the letters. We contacted Committee of Adjustment back just to confirm, but May 16th, they confirmed all the mailers were sent out in advance of the required deadlines. Sorry if there was parts they got missed somehow in translation, but that was just to check that things were sent out properly. Mark, thanks for your concerns that were brought up in advance. I appreciate it. It gives us a chance to talk back and forth and correspond on these things. So just to confirm, these are two single family homes, but they do have proposed dwellings in the basements. So it makes each of the homes 2 units each technically. And in terms of the comments about the other lots in the area and the overall plan, we're just working within the extent of our proposed lots. I can't speak to the policies that are larger for beyond the extent of the lot, but generally the approach to neighborhoods is just that it's not static, but it's stable. So there would be change incrementally over time. And the comment on affordability is being partly addressed, I think, as these basement units would meet the definition of affordability with the city in terms of providing 2 units that could be rented to different occupants. And Patrick Davies, some repeat comments just on the verification for the mailers sent out. On the number of stories, the lowermost story is a basement, so it's not counted in the building height in the way it counts. But I guess the number of stories is kind of a moot point, and this was explained to me by the zoning examiner that there's no number of stories, no matter how you want to count them in this area in terms of a limit. The limit is just height in terms of meters, and we're compliant with that. So yeah, I mean, we're within the overall height, and that's what applies here. And yeah, for the water control, the site will be monitored more than any of the other existing sites in the neighborhood. I can't speak to it solving the overall issues that exist in this area locally, but for the site, should there be an approval, the proposal will go to engineering construction services and meet all the requirements that they impose for approval, and the water locally on the site will be handled in accordance with that. That kind of echoes to Cynthia's comment as well. And yeah, for the overlook concern, I think we've addressed that by just reducing the extent of the deck. It is just off a bedroom, so it's expected to be a low use space and not
I shall ask you to
a
make your final comment, please.
Yep, and a modest one. And in relation to 2012, it's actually 2 lots away, so about 15 meters from the one site to the other. So it's really minimal impact, I would suggest, in a proximity relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, your opportunity now to address questions, if there are any further ones. I'm not hearing any. So, hearing no questions, we can then take the application into committee and move toward a motion on it. Anyone have any thoughts? Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I had a good look at this particular application and also some of the comments in opposition prior to some of the changes that were made to the terrace at the top. I found it a little odd that some of the complaints came from a 4, 5, 6, I'm not quite sure how many stories. I think it's at least about a 5-story building. People who had balconies in their backyards who also had overlook issues relative to neighbors to the north. I find that the design that the applicant has presented to be quite appropriate. This is a style of housing that we're seeing in the neighborhood, in all the neighborhoods in Toronto. It's a most interesting way of increasing density. We've got double lots in many different parts of the cities, and this is a more effective way of using it. They've also responded quite well to some of the concerns they heard. So I don't have any concerns about approving this particular application, and I don't believe there are any. There are the regular conditions, engineering conditions for severance. I believe there are engineering conditions, transport conditions, and planning. The transportation, is an advisory, it's not a condition. There's forestry part for part 1, there's forestry number 3, forestry part 2, for part 2, forestry number 3 as well, and planning conditions. So apart from those, I believe I've covered all of them. I don't see any issues in preventing me from putting forward a motion to approve.
Through the chair, just for the record, I'll clarify the engineering conditions just because we clarified with engineering prior to the hearing. So in terms of the engineering memo that they had submitted, just to make clear that the first conditions in their report, conditions 1 and 2, apply to both minor variance applications, and then conditions 3 and 4 apply to the consent application.
Okay. And Mr. Byatt, you've put forward a motion to approve, and my understanding is that, or my sense is that you intend to approve the consent plus the 2 minor variance applications at once.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, I have a clarification or a request a clarification from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Could we look at the recommendation that came in the supplementary from planning? Does condition number 1, is it impacted by the change to the 3rd floor? Because it deals with exterior main walls, but only applies to the 3rd floor. And it references drawings by Mr. Brander. Does that condition still make sense?
Through the chair, I believe we also may have received late correspondence, very, very late correspondence from planning that the applicant submitted. So let's see if staff can pull that up. If not, we can always have the agent confirm that. Because again, this all just happened today, so the agent just submitted
I just wanted to make sure that we don't just approve everything and in light of the revised drawings, something may be in conflict. And while you're doing that, I'm wondering if, Mr. Bayat, you would consider a friendly amendment to tie the application or any approval to plans, because the addition, or the changes, I should say, are nowhere to be seen on anything. We need to somehow, I would argue, we need to guarantee the changes that Mr. Brander introduced today.
I think that would be perfectly fine, Carl.
Very good. Yeah, good idea. Okay. With that, Mr. Nipfel, would you second the motion?
I need to know whether,
Okay.
I don't know what we're doing with the planning recommendation. I don't have trouble with the application as revised. It makes perfect sense, and I think Mr. Brander's to be complimented for his change. But I'm loath to include a condition that might actually not work with the revisions, and I think
okay, let's take a
Secretary
moment.
Treasurer's looking at that.
So through the
Through you.
chair, we have the correspondence from planning on the screen. This is between the community planner submitted by the agent, where community planning is confirming that they're aware and maintains their support subject to the same conditions. So they haven't indicated that anything would need to change in their condition.
Okay.
However, through the chair, Carl's point about the revised plans, perhaps you may want to consider a condition tying to the revised plans or the specific elevation plan to show the change with the deck.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the initial comments from planning referred to drawing number A10, side elevation north, as the drawing that was to be tied to in order to achieve this. And if we could update it to maintain tying to that drawing, but as the revised drawing that was submitted today.
Oh, thank you, Agent. I didn't know you were still with us, but actually we can use that comment, I think, constructively. Okay. All right. All right. So we have a motion put forward by Mr. Bayat.
And I'm happy to second it, Mr. Chairman, with the clarification and the change that's been suggested to reference to add the plans and to reference the revised drawing A10 as Mr. Brander had suggested.
Okay. There we go. It is moved and seconded, therefore, to approve, and the approval will involve the consent and the 2 associated minor variance applications. All those in favor, please.
And did we get forestry number 3? Was that included?
Yes, we did. Or both.
Okay. So, all those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The consent and the 2 minor variance applications are thereby approved. And thank you very much. So at this point, panel, I know it's tempting. We have only 3 applications to go, but things have a way of taking more time than you thought. So I am going to call for a brief recess of 10 minutes, and then we'll resume with the last 3 applications. So 10-minute recess to resume at 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey bun.
We resume. And we resume on item number 42, 86 Grenadier Road. On this application before us are those materials submitted at the time of the application, plus there are a copy of the minutes from the August 31, 2022 public hearing. There are revised plans, June 7th. There's a cover letter from the agent, June 13. There's further email correspondence from the agent, May the 18th and June the 7th. And we have commenting report in the form of a staff report from Urban Forestry. So at this stage, we shall ask the agent on number 42 to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tony Gaddy. I'm acting on behalf of the property owners for the subject application.
Very good. Good evening to you. Okay, panel members, any questions here for the agent?
Through the chair, can the applicant confirm if they've changed any variances for this application?
We've, through you, Mr. Chairman, we've reduced the FSI, and that's as a result of the last meeting that we requested a deferral because we had some concerns expressed by our neighbor to the west at 88 Grenadier Road. So as part of this application, we're requesting that the FSI be revised. And in fact, we're reducing it from 1.14, reducing it to 1.06 times.
Just okay, go slowly, Mr. Gaddy, because we need to capture that.
So we're in fact reducing the FSI from 1.14
I know.
to 1.
Well, 1.07.
1.06.
1.06. Just stop there for a second while we get that done. So let's just, this is important because this will be how, this will amend the application, and it will be how the, it will be the application that the panel is actually dealing with.
And through the chair to the agent, if you could also provide the revised GFA or FSI in meter square.
Yes, it's in the report. 196.92 square meters.
Okay, so 1.14 becomes 1.06, and please repeat that square meter number.
Yes, 196. Sorry, let me find it again here.
196. Very good. Okay, very good. So minor variance number 4 is thereby altered and amended at the applicant's request.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, it's 196.92.
Oh, thank you. 19692.
Yeah.
Meters squared. Okay, good. Okay. Now we know what we're dealing with. I'm not
And
doing
if
any.
you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I think just to make this easier, if I could get the original proposed site plan on the screen, I can explain what we did in response to the neighbors' concerns.
Let's do that. Okay, we'll take a minute if you do that briefly. Yes.
Okay, so as you can see, we were proposing a 2-story addition, which extended basically across the entire, the rear of the elevation, the rear elevation. We were maintaining the westerly side yard setback, the easterly side yard setback. We were staying away from the property in accordance with the zoning bylaw requirement. That's about 3.5 feet. What we were doing, we were proposing a walkout to the basement, which was perpendicular to the addition and parallel to the westerly property line. That posed a potential problem because we would be essentially excavating fairly close to the property, and the neighbor was concerned, rightfully concerned, that there could be issues with his property recently renovated. So what we have done, and if you could go to the new revised site plan, that would be, thank you. So what we are doing is we're still maintaining the westerly property line. We're actually going to maintain the existing foundation of the westerly along the westerly property line. We're going to reuse that foundation, which will also act as shoring in the excavation. And we've turned the proposed walkout stairwell parallel to the addition, and we've moved it away from the westerly property line almost 4 feet. And again, that will help us in the excavation process. And it will be hand dug. There's going to be no machines back there because we can't get any machines back in the backyard. So that will ensure that there's very little impact on the neighbor's property. The addition, again, it's still 2-story, but the first story will be narrower than the second story. There's a bit of an overhang on the second story, which provides a little bit of shade and coverage over the deck area where the sliding door entrance to the addition is.
Very good, thank you. Questions, panel? Okay, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead. You are muted, sir.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here.
No, I was.
Okay.
Forgot to unmute. Do those changes then address the concern that was raised at the previous hearing?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. The neighbor had a couple concerns. One was with the excavation being so close to his property, what the impact would be on his recently renovated landscape in the back. So that does alleviate that because we are using the existing foundation. And that essentially becomes part of the shoring as well. The other concern he had, he wasn't clear on whether or not we were encroaching further into the westerly side yard setback, when in fact we're maintaining the existing setback and just rebuilding it.
So he's happy now.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, there was an email, and I'm not sure if he submitted anything formally to the committee. He did say he was going to. Exactly, that's the email there that my client submitted to the committee, and it has the neighbor's comments on there as well, saying that he had no issue with the revised drawings.
Very good. Okay then. Panel members, anyone ready with a motion on the amended application? Mr. Byatt, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move approval of this application, which is fairly straightforward. And I'm glad to see that the agent has consulted. They've made some adjustments so that the neighbors' fears have been allayed. I believe the only is a forestry number 2 condition, and beyond that, there are no other conditions. And this would be an amended application.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding?
Yep.
Okay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. Vote unanimous. Motion carries. Amended application is thereby approved. Thank you. Number 43 is 23 CAVELL Avenue. We're looking at the application materials, copy of minutes from the April 19, 2023 public hearing, arborist report, floor space index approval context study by the agent, and there is an order to comply, which is now closed. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry, and we have 10 form letters in opposition. from 20, 21, 24, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 39, and 41 Cavell Avenue. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. It's Adam Brander, Brander Architect. Our address is 260 Carlisle, Unit 202D, and I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 23 Cavell.
Good evening. Okay. Okay. Panel members, I just wanted to check with you. I wanted to check with the panel and with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer on the wording. It appears that we are being asked here to legalize construction. Is that true, applicant, that we're being asked here to legalize construction that's already taken place without a benefit of a permit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there's an existing permit for our underpinning now. I believe that was something that was undertaken a bit before permits were issued, but that's separate from this application.
Okay. So the wording of the purpose is accurate. Okay, good. Thank you. Panel members, other questions? Pardon me? I am sorry. Oh, there's an opposition speaker. Okay, thank you. Okay. There is an opposition speaker. Mr. Niffel had a question of the agent, which you can put to him now if you'd like, or after.
He can choose to answer it now or after the opposition. I'm just wondering what screening is provided for the proposed third floor balcony, or deck, I guess, which is really substantial.
I can respond to that now. Through you, Mr. Chair, there's privacy screening on the east and west sides of the extent of the proposed third floor deck to a height of 1.5 meters to mitigate immediate neighbor overlook.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's then go to the person standing by to speak.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Michael Levine. I live at 25 Cavell Avenue, next door to the property.
Go ahead.
So, first things first, the second story balcony at the front of 23 Cavell. I was speaking with Mr. Brander, and we came to the conclusion that the actual balcony is going to be 5.5 feet out from the house, front of the house. Now, which would put it approximately 8 feet from my bay window, which is my bedroom. Which is 4 feet from the edge of my house. So anybody out more than maybe 1.5 feet or 2 feet on that balcony would be looking at in 2 of my 3 bay windows, which is my bedroom, along with my wife. And quite honestly, I think that's unreasonable to expect that somebody could look directly in my bedroom when nobody, for the last 42 years, nobody has bothered. So continuing on, if we could go to the site plan, please. Okay, so as it stands currently, the extent of both homes is exactly the same. There's a shed that replaced the fence for privacy with number 23, with the previous owners. And that shed is about 4 feet wide, and then the rest is all deck. which you can't see there, and I don't know why that angle's there, but for whatever reason. As you go further out from there, there's stairs to about a 5-foot patio area, and then a swimming pool extends 13 by 29 feet in-ground pool, which eats up most of our backyard space. So the proposed extension of 15 feet, two-story extension, I should say, of 15 feet, is going to create issues for us just being outside, because it would be like anywhere from 2 to 4 feet away from us, so that we'd have this big 2-story wall, no matter where we sat outside. And 2, even from inside our house, looking out, as I am now, I'd be looking at a wall that's 20 feet high. And it's for light, for enjoyment of the yard, and even living in our house, I think it's too much house, personally. Plus, I'm worried about the excavation. We do have groundwater problems around here as well. Other people do. So that could become an issue. And the other thing for me is I don't know how they're going to put a 3rd floor on their house. If we could go to I think there is on your site, there is a recent posting of the committee's meeting. There's a picture of it.
A picture of what?
Of the sign that goes in front of the construction site.
As in a photograph?
Yeah, photograph.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't see any photograph materials here. Are they part of an architectural package potentially, or?
No, it's proof of that the owner put up the sign. It's like an affidavit.
Okay, because we're trying to find what you're referring to, I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time,
Thank you.
Mr. Levine. But we are having difficulty locating the material you're making reference to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're posted on June the 1st.
To the speaker, could you just, you're looking for the photo of the posted sign?
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly it.
All right. Just give me a second. Is this it?
There's another one, right? There's a better one than that one.
Okay, well, does this one do that? Does this one? I can see the sign there. So tell us about this photograph and your concern.
There we go. Okay. So if you look up my house, you can see just a bit of my bay window there on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Right. So when you got a balcony coming out on the, where that's not going to have a peaked roof on that porch. It's going to be a flat roof with a balcony that anybody really can just stare right into my bedroom from there without, with impunity, so to speak.
Okay.
So that's one thing. Now, when you look at if you look up high.
Okay, Mr. Levine, I'm sorry. You have actually your time is up, and I gave you a bit of extra time there because of the fact we were searching for materials. But your time is now officially up. So I'm going to go back now. You've stated your concern about the potential overlook problem from the front porch into your bedroom. Let's go back to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to speak to that. So we're going back now to the applicant, who will be able to comment in rebuttal to the issues that you have raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the April 19th hearing that was deferred because of the omission in the description of the project, we've been in contact with Mike, the neighbor. It was the sole neighbor in attendance at that hearing, who did have some general concerns and interest in the proposal that's directly west of his own residence for the last 30-some years, as explained. We did have conversations that walked through plans, looked at the proposal on the site in relation to his property, rainwater mitigation, and some of the issues that was retouched upon today. For the front bay window that he has adjacent to this property, it is a full height floor to ceiling window that has blinds that are drawn, but one might argue that from the street looking up at it is more of a direct view into the bedroom than an oblique view from a side view of a neighboring house. We explained that the proposed front balcony was modest in scale. The variance for it is 65 centimeters extended beyond the permission by the bylaw. So we felt this was modest in scale and keeping that angle sharp and not creating a direct view. I think one of the benefits of changing over the existing condition, the bay window that looks out from the proposal is directed forward only towards the street and doesn't have windows angled at the sides like it does currently, so that overlook from within one house to the next is completely eliminated, and the projection really is just enough space to maneuver around the projecting bay window on the balcony, and it's off a bedroom, so the occupancy of that balcony is low use. Planning was supportive of the front balcony as an eyes on the street, despite it not being a common condition in the area. So we thought it would be reasonable to maintain within the proposal. With comments on the back and overlook, I guess from within the house anyways, the rear addition is limited to a ground floor area with an extended height on the ceiling. So there is no second story occupancy that projects into the back of the existing house. There's no length variance or depth variance.
No, okay. No, that's okay. We understand. I think you've dealt with the issues that were raised. Okay. Panel members, any questions here for the agent? First of all, Ms. Chan, then Mr. Nipfel.
Yes, the question is about the other bay window, which is I believe it's on the west side, coming out from the kitchen. My question is that space between your house and the number 20, 19, is it a share path? Because I don't think you can walk under your bay window, right? That's one question. Second question is, this bay window sticking out almost very close to the property line. Can you have, it's all glass. I noticed that its 3 sides are all glass. Can you have that much glass so close to a property line? Are you planning to have a fire shutter?
Yeah,
through you,
Mr. Chair, there is this existing side bay window that is proposed not to be removed. And so at the time of building permit, any upgrading construction that's required on that will be provided for concerns of fire. But it's an existing projection.
Oh, but you're proposing new work though, right? Is it? Oh, that's not that's not concern the neighbors. They're so close to their property line. Is it It's all glass. Is it the bay windows all glass beside? On your plan, on your ground floor plan, it indicates that it's 3 sides are all glass.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it's not proposed as all glass. The glass that faces the side property may be maintained or replaced. The ones facing the front and the rear have no limitation on glazing from a code perspective.
Talking about just this one. That's very close. I did not know it was existing. I did not indicate that either. So I thought that is a proposed window.
No proposed new glazings on that side.
Mr. Nipfel, you were next, I think, with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brander, from my perspective, the balcony on the second floor at the front and the balcony on the third floor at the back are both problems, and they're basically the only issues that I have with the application. 2 suggestions, I'd welcome your response. I think the adjacent owner's comments about loss of privacy into his bedroom where he has a bay window are quite reasonable. My suggestion for you to consider would be, if you look at the second floor plan, where you've got the dimension line coming out from your bay window, if you were to limit the balcony, the actual portion that you could stand on, sit on, put a chair on, to just that central portion, and you were to put planters on either side in the rectangles that are left, it seems to me that you'd be addressing in a reasonable and sufficient way the concerns for the next door neighbor. And in terms of the third floor deck, which I frankly think is really excessive, and I've got the wrong plan here, I wonder if you might pull back the deck on the third floor to line up with the ends of the properties on either side. I know you indicated that you'd be putting screening on, but that's just going to add to the visual height of the building. I wonder if what you called the proposed balcony, if it's really large, if you could cut it back to a point where the end of the balcony is behind the adjacent properties.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your comments. Committee, we would be agreeable to reduce the extent of the rear deck to be in line with the extent of 19 CAVELL to the west, if that's the right direction. Yep. And the proposed reduction of the width at the front to the bay window is also agreeable. I think if we could either reduce it or remove it, one or the other, that could be agreed to on the spot.
If you were going to reduce it, we'd have to come up with wording. If you don't really need it, are you agreeable to removing it?
Hold on one sec. Let me just confer with the client.
I'll give you a moment to do that. I'll give you
Alternatively, the condition could be that the north and the south, I think it's north and south edges of that balcony are to be provided with planted privacy screening, which is like the planter with.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if the owner is okay with the idea of removing that balcony first of all at the front.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we're okay with reducing the front as described.
Please elaborate.
We can reduce the width of the front balcony so that it lines up with the bay window, complete with planters
Okay.
at the side.
Okay, good. I think we can, okay. Further questions, anyone? Let's see if we can frame this into a motion. I think we can now take the application into committee to move to a motion, and I'm wondering if you, Mr. Nipfel, would put a motion together on this, because you know what you're aiming for.
Certainly, I'll give it a try. I'd like to. I think with those adjustments, this is a really good application, and I think it's addressed the concerns of privacy. So I would recommend approval or move approval, subject to forestry condition number 2, and the provision of planters on the north and the south edge of the front balcony, so that the actual balcony surface is in line with the projected bay window. That would be the way I would try and word that. And on the rear, the third floor balcony, that it be adjusted to not extend beyond the walls of the adjacent properties on either side. And Mr. Brander might wish to voice an opinion on whether that wording is going to create a problem for him.
Okay, and just while we're on the motion itself, are you including the staff report which relates to the third floor balcony?
Well, I think I actually don't. Which report are you referring to?
There's a staff report here from community planning. I have a staff report from April the 6th. April the 6th, and it reads, opaque privacy screening that is permanent shall be added to the rear third-story balcony located at the eastern and western edges of the exterior platform to a minimum height of 1.5.
Now, I would argue that that's not needed if Mr. Brander is agreeable to pull the balcony back so that it lines up with the properties on either side. Okay. So it's east and west. I said north and south. I meant east and west.
Okay.
On the edges.
All right, let me check with staff to see if where are we, staff? Have you captured the wording here that we're aiming for? Or?
Through the chair, not quite.
Okay.
For the first condition that Carl was referencing, provision of planters from there.
This is the front balcony. That's the front balcony.
Okay, and it's just 1 second. Okay, it's on the east and west. So the provision on the second floor balcony, the provision of planters on the east and west sides to reduce the balcony or accessible balcony space to be in line with the projected bay window. In other words, where those dimension lines come out, that now is the new size of the balcony. Is that clear?
I think you need to add the word front to that, just so it.
Oh, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll put the word front in. And we're just going to wait for a second to let staff catch up.
And is Mr. Brander comfortable with that wording? Because he's actually going to have to implement it.
Well, I think that right now we are putting together wording that we're comfortable with. I'd rather not go back to him on this. Let's see what we can get together. Okay. Do we have that down? Okay. Carl, I don't think we need to go back to him. This is our motion.
Okay.
Okay. And then the second part of it, staff, Okay. All right. So, Carl, There's your motion. You need a second. We'll see if there's a second for that. There is a second. Mr. Byatt seconds. So it is moved and seconded. 2, approve. Those in favor, please, show hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. And thank you very much, panel, for working hard on that one. And very good. Okay, and now we move on to number 44, which is indeed the last item on today's agenda, 45 Lanark Avenue. Before us are the following materials. Application material, copy of minutes from the May 10, 2023 public hearing. This presentation material prepared by Ida Evangelista, June 7. There's email correspondence from Transportation Engineering, Transportation Services, and there are staff reports from Urban Forestry dated both June 7 and June 9. Okay, let's have the agent join us.
Hello? Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening to you. I must tell you that we hear you, but you're faint. Your voice is...
Oh, okay. I'll get closer to I'll get closer. How's that now? Is that better?
That's improved.
Wonderful. Okay. We're saving the best for last.
Very good. That's how we look at it. Go ahead.
This application was deferred a few months back simply because the description on the public hearing notice didn't quite meet the changes that are being made. So that's what brings us back again. What we are proposing is an addition alteration to the existing dwelling. We are proposing a 2-story dwelling with a flat roof. This area is zoned RM 11 meters, 3 stories. Now, if you notice, the FSI is at 1.21, and now with the new variance of the basement, when a portion of the basement is closest to the established grade, it's included in the FSI. The basement in its entirety was included in the FSI in this particular case. However, the FSI for the first and second floor is 0.82. We are asking for an additional height difference of approximately 0.40. And we are keeping, because we are working with the existing dwelling, the walls on the existing dwelling, we are keeping the same side yards. We are extending the home slightly longer just to allow, this is going to be a multi-generational home. So adding the additional space at the back of the home allows for a 4-bedroom, which is the demand in this particular neighborhood. And furthermore, the demand for the family that this will be for. I am open to any questions that you may have. Transportation, they are in support of the application, so is planning. We have no opposition from any of the neighbors. This is very consistent. If you review the submission that I made, you'll see that the direction of this neighborhood is what we are proposing. It is very characteristic and what exists in the neighborhood. And I am open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? We'll start off with Mr. Byatt, then Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you. Just a quick question with regard to the deck at the rear. It's pretty big, and you're pretty close to the side lot lines. Is it privacy screen on both east and west sides? Because it's elevated, and I'm just concerned about overlook.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Member Byatt, if that would be a condition, I believe the owners would be amenable to that, and just to allow for some privacy. It goes both ways. Privacy for the owners of 45 and for the neighbors on the east and west. So that would be fine.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, you're next.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to raise the exact same issue.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Teamwork.
Teamwork it is, and we don't allow repetition. Any further questions? I don't see any. All right then. Hearing no further questions, let's take the application into committee and move to a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take this one. And I think this is a reasonable application. And I remember Ms. Evangelista bringing this forward previously. As I said, the only concern I had was with the privacy screening on the rear deck. That would be the only condition in addition to forestry number 1 that I would like to add to this application. So the condition for the rear deck is privacy screens to 1.5 meters on both east and west sides. Forestry number 1, and that's it.
Very good. That is seconded by Ms. Chan. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. And that motion is unanimous is unanimously carried, and the application is thereby approved. And with that,
Thank you very much, and have yourself a good evening.
well, thank you very much. Also, with that, at 8:41, we do wrap up today's agenda, and with that, I will terminate the hearing. The word today is great work on the part of both staff and the panel. Terrific, great work, and thank you for sticking to it all this long day. Much appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, could we thank Nicole and her team, particularly the moderator?
Thank you. Yes, we'll give a